This Exodus 1, aka Indigo Sky, aka Trigger Ranking. What's happening? I want y'all to like, subscribe, share, definitely hit the notification bell. If you like to support the channel, the Cash App in the description. You want to follow me on any other platforms. Everything in the top description on my channel. With that being said, let's get this show on the Rizzo, brother. This says Aubrey Jackson. What's up, Aubrey? Y'all want to play the intro one more time? Hit one. If not, I'm going to go to the other commercials. Bring y'all on in here. Y'all want me to play that one more time? Hit the one. If not, I'm bring it in with the Mozart AI.
And I knew right from the start I was too much. I'm closer than you think to the stars. Nigga, look up.
Ain't nobody know me.
Using your face and voice. The app is called Mozart AI. You make
A short voice, simple, so it analyzes your voice. Pick a song you wanna cover, upload your photo. That's it. Mozart AI. Create your music, video, and seconds. It's amazing. We gotta hear that bit one more time. Yeah, one more time, brother.
It's a secret trick to create a
There's a
music
video.
using
Your
your
face and voice. The app is called Mozart AI. You think a short voice, simple, so it analyzes your voice. You pick a song and you wanna cover it, upload your photo. That's it. Mozart AI. Create your music video in seconds. kill it. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill it. Hold on. I'm gonna play Scissor one more time. But y'all like this one. Y'all, as soon as I start playing that, it boosts back up in here. Like, that's it. Y'all done gave me a little cheat code.
Going down.
Oh Lord. I don't even want to report on that. Where y'all coming in from? Where y'all tapping in from? City, state, Providence, country, where y'all coming in at?
And I knew right from the start I was too much. I'm closer than you think to the stars. Nigga, look up. Don't need to act these hoes. I simply tell them that they hate me.
All right, y'all. We're going to first video we're gonna react to is Chid Smooth. So we're gonna check out Chid Smooth, see what he's talking about right quick, man.
Hey, excuse me.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much for recording our kids' games. Can I ask? How'd you get us the highlights so fast?
I started recording all our games in the Athlete AI app because my phone could only take so many more 30-minute recordings. But now with the app, I get only the best moments of our kids. And with the Reel Builder, I can have a highlight reel out before post-game snacks.
Dang, I need to get the rest.
YouTube. Chicks.
Fine, you know what? I like Chick Smooth. Chick Smooth is somebody I really enjoy listening to on YouTube because Chick just got an intellectual curiosity about things.
Oh man, nobody wins when the family feuds. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I did not see this one coming. Looks like Ricky Rose and Gunplay are not rocking with each other no more. I thought these guys were cool. I thought these guys were day one homies, especially considering all the stuff Gunplay has done for Rick Ross. Sometimes when you sign to another artist that's bigger and your career does not pan out how you think it should, there's always a little bit of jealousy, a little bit of hate, and of course, a little bit of resentment. Did an interview with the I Say That to Say This podcast. Salute to my guy Fred. And shockingly, he called out Ricky Rose for not doing anything for his career. That's right, you guys. Gunplay went on the podcast to expose Rick Ross for basically leaving him hanging. According to Gunplay, even though he had the hit records, Ricky Rose, for whatever reason, was not trying to put money behind him. Here's what Gunplay said.
And seeing all this money at this young age and pursuing rap, where a lot of time rap requires you to leave the streets alone to focus? Was it hard for you to juggle these two things?
Oh yeah, it just felt like this. And I'm gonna be totally honest and transparent, my nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't the type of nigga to sit here and sugarcoat shit. But when it was Raw's turn and we was on the road and we was doing everything, and then when everybody was a group effort. When it was Gunplay's turn, it was crickets. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it was hard for me. What you want me to do? Nobody's, it's like, I got hit records. Nobody's giving me a budget. Nobody's doing that. So what you want me to fucking do? What would you like me, what would you like me to do? Do more? Do more, give another hit?
He should have went independent. He probably would have been able to do more himself.
And do more and never get no money? Or what you want me to see is go back in these streets and go ahead and tap these pockets,
Right.
like I have to do. You see what I'm saying? Like this is what I did. This is what I didn't want to do.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But since niggas don't understand and niggas want to be, okay, we don't know who Gunplay is. For help for real when I look back and see that now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let me get that.
Right.
Let me get that. So
You showing them like I really would do this.
yeah, push me back in the street. So I mean, what you really want me to do? Like, I'm for everything. I was down for the program for over 10, 15 years. And it's my turn. And then nobody lifted a finger, made a phone call or nothing for the old boy. You see what I'm saying? So what you want me to fucking do?
That's crazy because you had some killer features.
But then when I'm signed to a label like Maybach Music, my hands tied. It's
You're
all on the
obligated.
big dog.
That's why I always tell y'all, if you go independent, you can use a label for distribution, but do not sign a record label deal.
And then if you don't want to get me a budget, then you won't get me a budget.
You and your parents aren't close anymore?
I ain't gonna lie, like, not really. Like, as of lately, nah, you know what I mean? But,
Y'all don't talk at all.
nah.
Was there anything that the industry did to you?
So Gunplay and this man is not even cool no more. And it's like one of his like star artists, like right up under Wally. I forget his name. And Meek Mill.
You've never actually publicly said out loud.
I mean, I could go in. I could just basically sold my publishing for $50,000. They gave me $25,000 up front. We never did a second Triple C album for me to get the other $25,000, but I still ended up paying back $50,000. Yeah. Sony MTV, this is facts. And then my first album that I dropped, Matt Middleton and a bitch named Megan Price that was managing me at the time, they thought I was cooked.
Yeah.
So what they did was amend my contracts, so my back end of $75,000 for my first fucking album, it went to them. So I got fucked for that. So fuck Matt Middleton, fuck Megan Price and everybody who put potholes in my road. I ain't get no money from it.
Right.
So I basically put myself on, you know what I'm saying? Fuck that.
You voiced that shit to Ross ever, like, yo, what's going on? Knowing you probably have.
Of course I did, but then they'll play ping pong. So, Def Jam, it's on Def Jam, and then Def Jam said it's on Fat Boy, and then Fat Boy said something. I'm tired. Let me just go ahead on about my business, bro. Nobody want to do nothing. I'll just go ahead on and rob me something. Do what I do best. Then fuck it. That's what y'all want me to do. Fuck it.
Inspiration hits, I don't wait. Vibe lets me generate beats and layer ghost vocals using AI. I guide the sound, I control the emotion. From rough idea to full track, very fast. That's AI co-creation with Vibe.
Now, the reason why this is so shocking to me and probably a couple other people out there is that just a couple years ago, Gunplay was actually thanking Ricky Rose for the donation Ricky Rose gave to him for his daughter's operation.
Thank you, man. My daughter was born with a rare heart defect, and everything went smooth after the operation. And Rose, I want to thank you. You gave a very generous contribution to my situation, dog. And my family thanks you. You know what I'm saying? My family thanks you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, my brother. I'm gonna be honest, you my brother for life, brother. I know. You don't even gotta mention it. That was your family is my family, and that's how it go.
And in return, a couple weeks later, Gunplay actually bought Ricky Rose a Rolex.
I just wanted to get you something, man, as an appreciation.
How you gonna buy this man a Rolex with the money he gave you?
Just for everything, man. Just for being alive. And just, okay, let me get it all set up.
Now, looks like Ricky Rose has heard what Gunplay had to say about him, and in a few words, he basically said, shut the fuck up, stop complaining, and take accountability for yourself.
20 years in the game, without a doubt, is a major milestone. The love I got for the game, it will be endless. That's why I still do it. I still love to perform. I still love to go to clubs. I still love to hear new music, old music, new records, new vibes, new fashion. I still love to sit back in the corner, smoke good. So May 29th, we kicking off this 20-year anniversary. I can't say it enough, it's a major milestone. Live, orchestra, choir, diamonds, tuxedos. I can see it. The Port of Miami, 20-year celebration. The live tour, orchestra, choir. I've never done that. The live tour, the orchestra, the choir. The website, you can get all the details, POM20.com, POM20.com. 20-year anniversary from Port of Miami. I want to just salute everybody that was down with me, supported all my records, Push It to the Limit, Pots and Pans. You know what I'm saying? I'm bad. Of course, every day I'm hustling, and we still hustling. We told them it wasn't just a record, but it was a lifestyle. We meant it. Here we are. We still in love with the game. We still in love with the culture. I hate to see old veteran niggas on podcasts complaining about the opportunity they had. I'll never be a complainer.
Now, I told you guys earlier, this is the unfortunate side when you sign to another artist. You're constantly going to feel like that artist you're signed to is not doing enough for you and your career. A lot of people felt like Rick Ross knew that Gunplay was obviously better than him. So if you don't want to be outshined by one of your artists, what better way to put him on ice than to not put money behind him? Now, the real truth is that when you're an artist and you're signing a bunch of artists to be in a group, everybody's not going to make it. Rick Ross had a bunch of artists signed to Maybach Music, and really the only people that made it out that group was Meek Mill and Wale. And let's be honest, you guys, if you're a businessman and you got somebody like Gunplay, who at times can be a liability for you, you're not going to be motivated or inclined to invest more money into him. That's just what it is. Gunplay was always in and out of trouble with the law. Sometimes that's not really good for business. However, you guys get in the comments below. What do you guys make of Gunplay exposing Rick Ross like this? And what do you guys make of Ricky Rose's nonchalant response? Like this video, subscribe to my channel.
Y'all check out Chid Smooth, man. Chid Smooth. Gotta find something else. Oh, man, I don't even want to do that video right there. They talking about they trying to strike California cities. Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. Iran is going to. All right, we're gonna play the video then. This is they're talking about they already here. Iran in America.
Ready to sell your toy collection but have no desire to deal with the hassles of online auctions, classified ads, and picky collectors? The Sell My Toys app from
Finna watch Willie D live, y'all.
California. Let's start right there, fam. California, because California is the subject. Um, it is the focus of this discussion. Yes, sir. It is the focus of this discussion. So, according to the FBI, they have intel that says that California could be attacked by Iran. Now, the thing is that California got this warning prior to the invasion of Iran. If you don't call it invasion, I guess you can call it the airstrikes against Iran. In any event, California is allegedly a target of Iran. I don't know why they want to target California specifically, but
that's probably as far as the missiles can hit.
So let's get into this article on ABC News. FBI warns Iran aspired attack.
That's probably either they got sleeper cells out there, they either got sleeper cells, or that's where their long range missiles can hit.
California with drones and retaliation for war. So the FBI warned police departments in California in recent days that Iran could retaliate for Americans' attack by launching drones at the West Coast, according to an alert reviewed by ABC News. We recently acquired information that as of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the United States homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California, in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran, according to the alert distributed at the end of February.
Say they love it.
We have no additional information. Oh, this should make you comfortable, fam. This should put you at ease right here. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. Anybody feel comfortable now? You feel safe? Feel a little safer?
I don't know, it might be. It might be. I don't know, it might be.
Method, target,
since you want to be so funny, it might be, bro.
Or perpetrators of this attack. What's all these tax dollars for? I just don't understand it, man. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, what's all these tax dollars for? If and all this money that we spend on the military, if we can't go to sleep at night and feel safe, because America spends more money by far.
Matter of fact, bro, you want to be funny, bro? I got a good one for you, bro. You need to go hug your mama second, your mama for 86,000 seconds, and talk about her about that remake of Lady and the Tramp, her and your punk ass daddy about to make, bitch. Fuck off my channel, fuck nigga. Yeah, the fuck off the channel,
any other country in the world on their military. But yet, they say they got intelligence that Iran is going to attack California, but they have no time, no when, no identification of the perpetrators. Make it make sense, man. You may as well not even have a military. You may as well not even have intelligence. Isn't the United States intelligence supposed to be amongst the most sophisticated in the world? Aren't they supposed to know things like this? But, I don't know, maybe they're still doing things like investigating singers and stuff, investigating actors and activists and stuff like that in America who's trying to make America better. The people who bring attention, to the issues in America that the people care about issues that affect the people. Maybe it's because they're too busy investigating those people and they're putting all the resources into investigating Americans instead of investigating America's enemies. Wait a minute.
Bruh, get your goofy ass out my channel, bro.
Yeah, now that I think about it, America's enemies are homegrown. Most of America's enemies are homegrown. Like, watch me make the point, fam. Now, this is for the Trumpettes, because I know some of y'all in the comments, right? This is for the Trumpettes. Hear me out, hear me out. I say that most of America's enemies are homegrown because when you go and get that alarm, when you pay for that alarm on your house, who do you have in mind
As your mama.
protecting yourself from?
As your mama.
Americans or Iranians? Are you thinking about Iranians when you go buy that pistol or that AR? Are you thinking about Iranians when you put an alarm on your car? When you get out of your car? When you get into your car? Are you looking around? Are you looking for Iranians?
Chapter 1. Keith Bridgman was alone in his room when he closed his eyes.
When you tell your kids to don't talk to strangers, do you have a picture of an Iranian in your head? I bet you don't. I bet you don't. I bet you the picture that you have in your head is Americans. Americans are America's biggest threat. America is America's biggest threat. Look who in office. Look what they doing. Robbing, raping, pillaging. And nothing's being done about it. All of these people in...
So it look like it's a smoke screen. Look like it's some bullshit. Like they don't know what they're talking about. Oh, y'all be going to Poetic Flacco talking about Snoop Dogg. He getting exposed again.
Snoop Dogg is having a really terrible day. He's being called out yet again by somebody really close to him for bad business. And at this point, we got to start having a really hard conversation about Snoop.
Hey, yo, Snoop, you my relative. I talked to Julian, I talked to Daz, I talked to Corrupt, I talked to everybody, and everybody's telling me you turned into the new shit.
It's been an absolute disaster ever since Snoop Dogg acquired that from. Daz Dillinger has been somebody who's been publicly spoken out against Snoop Dogg for trying to jerk him out of some publishing rights and trying to jerk him and do bad business. But Daz has pretty much been the only one, right, outside of Nate Dogg's son, who has came forward and levied accusations of bad business against Snoop Dogg. However, there are a lot of people behind the scenes who aren't willing to go public, who is calling out Snoop Dogg. And Ray J is claiming he spoke to one of them. But before we get to what Ray J has to say, let me just remind you guys what Daz Dillinger had to say about Snoop Dogg.
Okay, also you own everything, so that's all your stuff. Now you were saying something about the paw. Now what are you talking about with the paw?
Well, like I was saying, the paw is trademarked. Like I told Snoop, you got rejected and I got accepted. You know what I'm saying? So that was the money maker. The paw is like the Apple sign, like I said before. And like I said, they tried to go behind my back and trademark all my work and then flung my face like, yeah, Nick, we got it. That's all we wanted. Is I'm finna sell everything for $1 billion to Universal. You know what I mean? But I'm be selling my shit.
Now what do you mean by selling? He said he was going to sell it, or what they're selling Death Row, the new Death Row that just came?
Snoop, everything Snoop involved with, he gonna sell all that shit for $1 billion, you know, cash it out for the catalog. And then he sell that shit and then he start over.
Make new music, yeah.
You know, it's easy. You sell what you got.
Then maybe. That's what Future did. Future sold all his shit up to
Now how many albums is over there?
2021.
Now how many albums is over there at Death Row? Because you were saying that it was the Doggy Style and there was two other ones you was talking about.
Yeah, You know, I got on the one right here, you know what I'm saying? The Chronic is already going back to Dr. Dre. Tupac took all his greatest hits album, all his albums, all his shit, back over to Amaru. So what is left on Death Row? But I'm coming to get my shit. So what's gonna be left on Death Row? So he gotta make a new catalog. And that's where all the new cats come in at, you know what I'm saying? And making new content.
I see you ain't got shit to do but hate on me, huh? In a minute, I'ma f you up, cuz, on some real shit. Not physically, but business-wise. Cause you broke as a mother right now, so I'ma fuck you up in a minute, cuz. Leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me alone, cuz. I'ma fuck you up. Leave me alone.
Snoop response to me was not, the most promising response. If somebody is coming out and accusing you of doing bad business and jerking them, I feel like an accurate response would be comment online, showing the proof that you're doing bad business, showing, that everything you're doing is falling right in line, how you're going out of your way to be a charitable ball. I feel like that's what a good response should be. I'm gonna F you up isn't really a good response. Now, Ray J will say, after speaking to people behind the scenes, that people have been very disappointed in how Snoop Dogg is running Death Row. Because when Snoop got it from, well, not from Suge, because Death Row was already up. Snoop got Death Row. Suge ain't owned Death Row by the time Snoop got it. But when Snoop got Death Row, people felt a sigh of relief. Daz Dillinger and others felt Snoop is finally about to do right by us. What we know like Suge would have never done. And according to them, man, like what they thought would be a complete 180 from the Suge era has turned out to be the new Suge era.
Before this video ends, more than 10 million euros will vanish in impulse buys no one planned. At the same time, about 1.4 billion adults have less than 1,000 euros in savings, and nearly half of them live with chronic money stress. That's why, for a generation raised on smartphones, financial education must evolve into tools we'll actually use. So what does a real solution look like? Meet Asan's Way, a modern financial system that works through one simple, intelligent app. It's built around the 7-step.
Has turned out to be the new Suge era.
I don't want to believe that. So I don't want to believe that you turned into the new Suge. I want to believe that you've given everybody what they deserve. And everything that they ever didn't get, you taking over Death Row was supposed to be the one to be the savior to give everybody what they needed. Word on the street is that you haven't given anybody nothing. And you became the new Suge.
My dad once told me, everybody hates being oppressed, nobody hates oppression. And that has stuck with me for life. Think about it for a second. Everybody hates being oppressed, nobody hates oppression. That's because we want to be the ones doing the oppressing. See, Snoop, it was probably easy for Snoop to criticize Suge and criticize the label and criticize how they do business and their splits and thought it was unfair when it was happening to him. Once he's in a position now, man, it's probably hard to let go of that extra.
Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
Money, let go of that extra percentage, give people back their rights. Because you looking at how easy it is to line your pockets up, you like, man, this ain't bad. And now you start talking, right, like how the label's been talking for years. Man, listen, man, I bought it for this much. If I give you back this, I will be able to recoup this. Now you start talking how the labels be talking. But at first you thought the labels was talking hogwash until you got in their position. And now you realize this is the music business. You get in this to make money, not to give back everything.
I don't want to believe that. So I want you to respond, and I want you to tell me that you're not the new Suge. I want you to tell me that you gave everybody all the publishing and all the rights and everything that they deserved.
I thought Ray J was supposed to be sick, bro.
Everybody from our cousin Daz to, Julian, to whoever else is talking shit, right? I don't give a fuck nobody else but that's related to us. I said too, that is in our bloodline, and you're a great person. I love you. Can you please tell everybody that I'm tripping and that you have not become Suge Knight. Because if you have, then we'll deal with that and we'll figure it out. But everybody's feelings are hurt. Nobody feels like you have come through for them. Everybody from the LBC to Carson to Compton to Los Angeles all the way up to Santa Clarita. But you've been keeping all the money and you're super rich.
I would almost prefer for Snoop Dogg to come out and say, listen, man, I'm the label owner. I bought this label for millions of dollars. I'm going to turn over a profit before I bother myself with trying to turn over all the assets to you guys. Yo, if the label got assets and the label got publishing and rights for the music, this is how the label makes money, is through the music, right? So if I just give it all back to you guys, we make a, come out and say that. But when you present yourself, and this is what a lot of us make a mistake doing, we present ourselves as if we're like the Black Savior. We present ourselves as if we're like the Black Messiah, right? We criticize them folks for their business practices, and we promise we can do better, and then we get in position and we realize it's kind of hard to turn over a profit if you not like exploit it, right? It's kind of hard to hoard wealth.
Never forget Two
and
Chainz.
enrich yourself if you're not exploiting
Never
somebody.
forget Two Chainz.
In the case of Snoop Dogg, right, the people he now unfortunately have to exploit are the people that he was like, or his coworkers and his peers.
Where y'all coming in from? Where y'all tapping in from?
He was just an artist with,
City,
right? He was
state,
under label.
Providence.
These were his peers. These were his label mates. Now he's
Where y'all tapping in from? City, state, Providence.
their boss. And unfortunately, if you spend millions of dollars on his label, you can't really turn over a profit without exploitation, right? And I'll be real, Ray J coming out now kind of convinced me that maybe, just maybe, all right, Nate Dogg's brother and his mama was telling the truth. Y'all remember when Nate Dogg's son did that interview where he said his mom, well, his grandmama told him, Nate Dogg's mama told him that like Snoop Dogg came over and, you know, and took certain things from the house. But then when they called Snoop and asked Snoop, Snoop denied it.
There is something going on as a feud right now. And I'll be the one to say it because it's my family and it's like, and I'm who I am and some shit went down at a show, you feel me, recent.
I come from Florida, man. I'm a Floridian.
And it's like, you know, I feel comfortable sharing and speaking on it. But supposedly Snoop, you know, got the okay from my grandma to go to her house and get my pop's masters. She, you know, pretty much showed him where the masters were, however this occurred, and he left with the masters. My uncle, when my daddy got sick, my uncle placed the masters at my grandma's house.
Gotcha.
He wasn't aware that Snoop went to my grandma's house and got the masters. And I'm only repeating what my uncle is like riding on, like, and when I say riding on, like, me and him just got into a big feud at Warren G show recently, like in front of a lot of people, and it was like embarrassing almost. And I want to get this off because we ain't talked since, and this is something that I'm speaking on as to, you know, like shit that's affected me on some like, man, this shit kind of whack, you know, like, cause I don't know what's what, but I'm just sharing what's out there and what's what I'm being told. And what Snoop has always told me is, you know, he don't got it and he don't know you, and he would never do something like that. But my thing is, it's like, I at least would want to know, like, you do got it and it's safe, maybe.
You don't really know where the masters are.
Nah. But I know that he said that he placed them there, and I don't believe he lying.
You don't even know if Snoop got it or not.
Nah.
For all intents and purposes, everybody who I know that knows Snoop personally, they say Snoop is a really good guy. They say Snoop is a really, really, really nice guy. But those people ain't in business with Snoop. They're right, they homies. They say your Snoop has reached out. So I think that people that I don't have bad experience with Snoop. But what I can tell you is people that I know have said Snoop is a good guy. However, those people are not people who, you know, are under Snoop's label. But if you expect me to sit here and tell you that I believe that grandmama's lying, you have nothing coming. If you think I'm about to sit here and tell you, yeah, bro, grandmama just woke up one day and lying with Snoop, man, cut it out, man. Cut it out. Now, even when Ray J say, man, Snoop, I hope this is not true. you can tell by Ray J's tone and what he says is, like Ray J believes this is true, and he's urging Snoop to make it right.
I love you, Snoop. Please respond to this because I'm not here to try to point the finger. But when Daz tells me something, Julian tells me something, and then there's like 20 other people that's telling me other things that are surprising. Because the last thing I thought that you would be is the new Suge Knight. Make it make sense, Snoop. Make it make sense right now. Sound it. You know that. You my cousin. But don't ever think that you doing people wrong is gonna I'm not. What are you gonna do to me? Let's talk about it. Let's do a sit down and let's figure out why do people say you're the new Suge? Why do people say that you're fucking them over all their money? Why do people say that you're the worst person in the world right now in your life? Why? When you're my cousin. Let's figure it out. I love you, Snoop.
No, they Crips. So that's why he said that's my cousin.
I love Daz. I also love Julian. I also love all my Crip homies and all my blood homies. Don't represent Death Row if you're Suge Knight again. Unless that's what it is. If you Suge again, it's Death Row. I'm confused. Can you please make light of what we're going through right now?
Man, y'all check out Poetic Flacco. I don't know, the soundboard got stuck, so it looked like, I don't know. Look like the soundboard got stuck. I don't know what's going on, but until then, we might have to go back to that commercial right quick. We're going, but god damn. But they be having some baddies on there, like.
Using your face and voice. The app is called Mozart AI. You've been caught short. Voice sample, so it analyzes your voice. Then you pick the song you wanna cover and upload your photo.
That's it.
Mozart AI. Hey, create your music video in seconds. Oh, it's amazing. You have to try it.
One more time.
It's a secret trick to create a music video. Using your face and voice. The app is called Mozart AI. You record a short voice sample, so it analyzes your voice. You pick a song to cover and upload the audio. That's it. Mozart AI. Hey, create your music video in seconds. Oh, it's amazing. You have to try it. Try it. Here's the secret.
Hold on, let me take it back. Take that back off of that Bridger. Hold on. I'm trying to check out something real quick, Bridger. God damn. Good God. Hold up. It look like, I don't know. It look like something I already got. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to look at something right quick. Give me a second. I'm tripping, y'all. I gotta do this video, though. Give me a second. Let's see what the hell most scandalous Los Angeles got going on. I don't know. It's frozen. Soundboard frozen. Let me get one of the kids who have Well, guess we can react to this Trapmore Ross until I can get this soundboard together. Trapmore, we're reacting to Trapmore Ross channel, orientated by Trap Love Ross. Y'all check him out, but something about sleeper cells in the United States.
And now we're hearing that Iran has actually been trying to activate sleeper cells in the United States. It sounds like something out of a movie, but it's a real thing. And that basically they have sleeper agent embedded within the United States that they're ready to activate in the midst of this war starting. So let's take a look at some of this stuff.
Iran may be trying to activate sleeper cells outside the country. ABC News is reporting the U.S.
Y'all be careful, man. Y'all traveling abroad, even in America, on certain coasts. Everybody just watch their back. Keep your head up. Please be safe out there. Keep your head on the swivel, like our homeboy Urban Politics.
Just intercepted an encrypted message believed to have originated in Iran that may serve as an operational trigger for sleeper assets. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris joins us. You have been digging into this reported message, Jeff, and also how the U.S. plans to respond. What else are you learning?
So ABC News is reporting that the coded signal was sent after the death of Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei just about 10 days ago on February 28th. The message appearing to hold instructions for, quote, covert operatives or sleeper assets. ABC News reporting Monday the U.S. has intercepted an encrypted message believed to have originated in Iran that may serve as a possible operational trigger to activate sleeper assets outside the country.
A country like Iran does not have the capability to beat us militarily, so they rely on asymmetric means. So they will look to use cyber attacks. They will.
I'm talking about they traumatized to monetize. That's all it is.
Looked to use proxies like Hezbollah, criminal agents.
The U.S. So this is pretty alarming, right? Because recently there was a mass shooting in Texas, and there's been a lot of speculation that this might have been connected to Iran.
Austin police were.
So it's really, really scary when you think about it, right? Because it's like, you know, America's very far away from the Middle East. It's very well insulated. It has a lot of good defenses. But if people are going to mobilize within the country out of nowhere to basically just absolutely wage untold death and destruction onto the streets of America, is there anything that they're going to be able to do about that before it's too late?
Suspect armed with an AR-15 gets out of his SUV and shoots a pedestrian in the parking lot. He then walks toward a popular bar. The crowd ducks and runs to safety. There's been multiple people shot. We need help right now. As 911 calls pour in, officers respond within 57 seconds.
Where is it?
Police say the suspect also fired into the crowd outside the bar from inside his SUV, using a semi-automatic handgun. Officials say that video is too disturbing to release. The victims identified as 19-year-old Ryder Harrington, 21-year-old Savita Shawn, and 30-year-old Jorge Peterson.
I want to again recognize the bravery of our officers. You saw that firsthand as they ran into danger to stop this. It is quite clear that they saved multiple lives.
Police killed the shooter, who is identified as 53-year-old Njaga Junya, a naturalized U.S. citizen from Senegal living near Austin. Officials say police responded to a mental welfare check on him in New York in 2022. He was wearing the property of a law sweatshirt with an Iranian flag t-shirt underneath.
See, that's the thing that people don't talk about enough. There's been a lot of talk of him wearing the property of a law shirt, but not enough talk about him wearing the Iranian flag underneath it.
Iranian flag t-shirt underneath, and authorities found pictures of Iranian regime leaders in his home. The FBI is still investigating whether this was an act of terrorism.
The potential for terrorism that had to be investigated, and it is.
And Travis County District Attorney Jose Garza says his office finished its review and will not seek charges, calling the officers heroes, but it comes amid major backlash about the progressive DA's policy that requires all officer-involved shooting cases to go before a grand jury.
The Iranian flag to me really says everything, okay? It's very, very dark. The news would provide a lot more details on the incident that were interesting, and I'm going to break it all down to you because it does really get scary, okay? It does get really scary.
Reuters.
We will look at this without it. I've got another article here from a different news source because they didn't want to let us have that information. But basically, you know, they identify the victim and they believe he might have been motivated by the Iran strikes. Now, I'm going to show you how the media whitewashes things like this in a minute because there's another narrative that's being pushed, which I think is disingenuous, okay? But essentially, it's talked about, you know, how this awful terrorist basically opened fire in Austin as people were winding down for the night in the popular entertainment district. He shot out the window at the patrons outside. He shot people that were walking by. Several people passed away. But basically, it says the motive has not been confirmed. Authorities are investigating whether the suspect was inspired by the Israeli and US strikes on Iran. Basically, they looked into the man's history. Okay, obviously, he was wearing the property of a last shirt, the Iranian flag underneath it. They're basically saying, look, it's too early to determine the exact motivations, but there were indicators on the suspect and in his vehicle that have a potential link to terrorism. They pulled the boxes out of his property, they examined his car in the driveway. They're investigating computers and phones to determine if he read propaganda. He had pictures of the Iranian leaders in his property, okay? It's absurd, all right? It is actually absurd. He entered the country on a B2 tourist visa. He then married an American citizen, was naturalized in 2013. Originally from Senegal, he settled in New York, made his way to Texas, but it's unclear when he got radicalized, when all these things happened. But it's kind of obvious what's going on here, if you ask me. And, you know, basically this, obviously we kind of know about the victims here and stuff like that. But to me, it seems very, very clear. He was wearing an Iranian flag under his shirt. But if you want to see how the media want to convince you otherwise, okay, let's see if we can see this. Let's see if we can look at this article without being robbed of our information. Because over on CBS News Austin, they're saying, oh, social media tied to the Austin shooter, it's full of anti-Semitic, anti-Christian, and misogynistic posts. They're really going to try and bend the narrative to say that he appeared to have posted anti-Semitic, anti-Christian, and misogynistic posts, all right? It's clear that it was Iran, all right? And they do go into some of the things that are basically related to his support for Iran. But, you know, let's not be ridiculous and try and say this is about anything otherwise, all right? It says the X account investigators believe the gunman was created an X account in October of 2024. He had previously posted pro-Iranian messaging, pro-Islam, anti-Christian comments, but there was no post indicating his plans or intentions to attack. Are you sure about that? The tensions between Israel and Iran were spiking. One post read, the Islamic Revolution is eternal. You Zionists and Islamophobes can be angry all you want, but you don't do a damn thing about it, no matter what. It seems quite obvious what's going on here. You're going to say, oh, there's no proof. We haven't got any proof. Haven't got any proof. Excuse me? Looking like there's proof, right? And thankfully he was killed by law enforcement in this, okay? They noted his shirt and all of that was interesting. But what's really interesting is this comes after a report that apparently Kash Patel, the FBI counterintelligence team, have actually been tasked with tracking Iranian threats in the United States, okay? This is basically a CNN article basically saying Kash Patel gutted the FBI counterintelligence team tasked with tracking Iranian threats just days before the strikes, all right? Whoopsie. Just days before the US launched major military operations in Iran, FBI Director Kash Patel fired a dozen agents and staff members from a counterintelligence unit tasked with monitoring threats from Iran. What? They were ousted for a simple reason. Each was involved in the investigation of Trump's alleged retention of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago estate. Not the people that are meant to be countering Iranian domestic threats, just all getting fired. So this apparently hamstrung I-12 handling cases ranging from mishandling of classified documents to train foreign spies operating on US soil. Why are they doing both of these things at the same time? Why don't you split those up? But anyway, the dismissals of alleged concerns inside the Justice Department and FBI that countering terrorism and intelligence investigations in the wake of a military operation in Iraq by a max exodus of not what we need right now. Okay, people were reassigned due to their involvement in Trump-related investigations. This has apparently cost the Justice Department and FBI decades of combined experience in identifying the types of threats that could appear in the wake of Operation Epic Fury. The Justice Department did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The FBI declined to comment on personal matters, but told CNN the Bureau maintains a robust counterintelligence operation with personnel all over the country. I think there could be some bad stuff that might happen off the back of this. Because apparently, CI-12 was instrumental in Trump's first term for tracking threats from the Iranian regime in retaliation for a 2020 drone strike that killed Qasem Soleimani, the general and leader of the IRGC back then. Trump's got a lot of bodies, okay? Trump got more bodies than King Von, for sure, okay?
Damn.
So Iranian-backed actors have been charged with plots to assassinate American officials that Iran blames for Soleimani's death, including Trump, former Secretary of State Michael Pompeo, and former National Security Advisor John Bolton. They've been trying to kill these guys, and basically the CI-12 were trying to stop it. The threats have been going on for years, and they basically filed an unclassified report detailing Iran security services as adaptable and opportunistic, and they would basically recruit operatives abroad whose identities obfuscate Iranian involvement, like biker gang members and drug traffickers. And this is how basically operatives have been using code words, burner phones, and crypto as part of their plots. Okay, they're saying there's nothing to indicate there's been any increased threats or activated sleeper agents since the launch strikes in Iran. Can you really say that? Can you really say that? They have heightened their monitoring for threats, but yeah, this is just a really, really bad move right now. And apparently they've cut the manpower in half, okay? CI-12 DOJ teams dedicated to monitoring foreign threats have been decimated by waves of firings and resignations since the beginning of the Trump admin, and experts are worried that despite their best efforts, the department could be unprepared to manage future attacks. So if you weren't scared enough, all right, one former FBI agent would basically explain that covert groups of agents would be living normal lives in their target country, secretly waiting for orders to activate as sleeper cells. This is a real thing.
Best sleeper cells historically have been those that find their ability to blend in to our everyday way of life. They look like the average American living next door to us.
Well, the term isn't new. Former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan says it gained significant prominence in the public's mind after 9/11.
A sleeper cell basically means that someone has generally come into the United States, whether legally or illegally, and has set up a nefarious plot or plan with support of either people that are here in the United States or abroad with the intentions of carrying out a act of terrorism.
Sometimes he says they wait months or even years to be called upon, and what makes them so dangerous outside of their intentions is their ability to blend in.
Nope.
So this is a big problem. They might be embedded in America already, waiting months or even years to get their marching orders, and now would be the perfect time, and it's extremely scary. Now, according to some Redditors, this is actually the biggest issue in the war. People saying, how feasible is an Iranian strike on US soil? So is Iran capable of an attack on US soil? I heard that ICBM capabilities were more than 10 years away. Would this be more a terror organization affiliated with Iran than they're worried about? A target's going to be in cities or on bases. I've heard some people say ICBMs, and I've heard some people say that it's closer to a new 9/11 situation. People are saying their missiles lack the range. The most credible threat is Iran is suspected of potentially having sleeper cells in the US, some of which may be willing to carry out terror attacks if the war gets really bad for Iran. This is the only speculation at this point, and the rest is impossible for us to know. That is absolutely terrifying, okay? And this is nothing new. The US has been facing sleeper agent cells for years, but they were more focused on Russia and the KGB in the past, but now they actually have to worry about Iran activating sleeper cells there as well, okay? Oh, they're not going to let me watch this video. Let's work this out. Hang on. So our guy, DJ Vlad, would actually have an interview with a genuine KGB sleeper agent, all right, Jack Barsky, and he would basically tell his life story and basically explain how these sleeper agents actually operate within the US. So shout out to Vlad, and this is more just terrifying nightmare fuel for you guys to deal with.
Right, so then you're left with $6,000 and an American birth certificate, and you were expected to basically get into America and establish yourself with this new identity.
Right, and that was task number one for the, that was the foundation. I needed two documents to be able to live and operate, work in the United States, which was a driver's license for ID and a social security card, so I could get a job. And all these, and the whole idea was that nothing is forged, right? If you have bona fide documents, that you can get entry into any place, really. Even a background check would come up with nothing. So that was the whole idea, to make us as genuine as possible.
So they would be trying to get basically, completely genuine documents and basically truly embed themselves in American society.
Country. I had a artificially engineered dual personality. When I was in the United States, I was an American, I was Jack. When I went back to Germany, I was German and I was Gegen Albrecht. And the two did not communicate. And I can prove that to me even today. If somebody were to walk in here and say something in German, I would immediately switch to German, and I wouldn't be, but I can't translate. I'm fluent in both languages, but they're not connected. Translation is very difficult. You throw the other language at me, all of a sudden, there are different sections of the brain that operate in these two languages.
So you completely compartmentalized two different identities as a sleeper agent ready to strike against the US. That is absolutely terrifying.
Okay, so here you are with this wife and a child in America. I guess you're living in Queens at the time.
Correct.
And then the KGB felt that your cover was compromised.
That was clear when I saw the danger signal. It's the infamous red dot. So we had a signal system where I could put signals, certain very basic signals, graphic signals, at a particular spot where the person who was supposed to look for them would drive by on his way to work. Okay, and I could read the signal on my way to work, just a support beam for the elevated A train. And one day I see that red dot, and may I say a bad word on your TV? When I saw that thing, the only thing I could think is shit, because that meant just get out of the country. This is an emergency.
So they would have secret signals, red dots, and basically that would be a signal he'd been compromised. He'd get the hell out of there. He'd be terrified of dealing with that. But it could have gone the other way. He could have been activated for its time. Now, obviously, the Cold War didn't end up going that way, but relatively news, and everyone is just as scared as me. It says US warns that Iran may be activating sleeper agents who could plot harm to Americans. So it's a good thing Kash Patel fired the agents and staff from the elite I-12 counterintelligence unit specializing in Iranian threats. Made me feel super safe. All right. Oh, cool. We're going to bring back the Bush era color coding. Today is a red day for expected terror activities. That was pretty scary. The threat level is red. Okay, what the F am I supposed to do about it? Hey guys, you may be spontaneously killed at some point in the next few weeks because of horrible effing policies. Make sure to, get your affairs in order. Yeah, that's quite scary. Fortunately, it shouldn't affect the golfing schedule at Mar-a-Lago. So he did end the Ukraine war on day one. Grocery prices didn't get cheaper. We've yet to see the healthcare plan. Epstein files not been released, kind of. We now pay tariffs. Innocent Americans getting shot or detained by ICE. Mr. No Wars has started at least 2. Gas prices skyrocketing. So much winning. Good job, MAGA. You really outdone yourselves, okay? They are not happy with Donald Trump and the way this has been handled. And everybody's feeling very frustrated about this. This is an r/conspiracy. It says sleeper cells still waiting to be activated are not aiming for what you think. With the recent events over the Middle East and Iran, there has been this fear of sleeper agents infiltrating our borders and being activated to cause harm. There has been this perception for the last few years that the borders were open for criminal and terrorists to just walk right into the US border and other places. And there is other common beliefs that these sleeper cells are aiming for civilians. Really? You think they just came here yesterday and are aiming for civilians? Why would they do that? Why not instead, for example, be used to sabotage actions or take out key personnel? Notice what happens in wartime. A military force immediately takes aim for critical infrastructure like military bases, bridges, ports, airports, refineries, power systems, etc. If you look at the actions of Ukraine, for example, in the Ukraine war, they managed to take part in cross-border raids and destroyed refineries deep within Russia. A more recent attack happened even deeper in Russia, where they used drones smuggled in a truck to attack a military airport housing their bombers. My theory is that if there are sleeper cells waiting here, they've been here a long time and they've been mapping out key infrastructure to attack, like military bases, power stations, and refineries as an example. Basically, their aim would be to halt or disable the war machine of the West, or at least slow it down. That attack happened recently in Texas, with a guy attacking random people in response to the attacks in Iran is either a decoy or a radical nutcase doing this off their own volition. The actual demolition crew is still somewhere out there waiting for a command to activate them and aim for key infrastructure. But I don't think that this is the only thing that's vulnerable. Everything is connected. Why would they, for example, take aim at data centers like those for AI systems who are cooperating with the Pentagon? Why wouldn't they take aim at the financial system itself, like the Treasury, Fort Knox, or the Federal Reserve? but they may not need to go that far, and perhaps they may need to aim for smaller assets like banks or stock exchanges. All they need to do is find the weakest link and the tower falls like Jenga. Remember that massive internet outage a while ago because AWS services were down? How do you think it would go this time if the hardware itself was destroyed instead of a software hack? Except the crazy part is that Iran actually aimed for it right in their own region with missiles. Basically, the only warning sign you'll get is if all of a sudden everything starts to come to a standstill, and it means these cells have been activated and have done something, and everything is about to slow to a crawl. I'm saying it's absurd to think we're being surveilled 24/7 by a police state run by Palantir, and somehow all these people are just able to plot these massive attacks. How? If I say anything even slightly threatening to a specific person in government, I'll get grabbed by a van full of feds the second I alter my daily routine in any way. Yet these sleeper cells are plotting total destruction of our infrastructure. How? Anything that happens isn't because these criminal geniuses plotted is anything that happens isn't because these criminal geniuses plotted is ever so carefully. It happens because they allow it to happen in order to justify retaliation. They will let just enough damage be done to us to get the average person to fist pump when we put boots on the ground in Iran. No more, no less. They are in control. Or the whole police state is actually sloppy as shit, and there's too much data for them to actually properly track everybody the way they want to, and most information only gets collected after the fact. Pick one. Yeah. And so maybe they should use the giant surveillance dragnet they've created for use on all of us. Okay? Says there's no sleeper cells. This is the same bullshit the Republican warmongers sold us after they perpetrated 9/11. I don't know if I believe that one, but yeah. Anyway, this is the conspiracy subreddit, and there's still a lot more talk on this subreddit about this. Saying sleeper cells after recent terror attack in downtown Austin, Texas. I'm beginning to believe Sarah Adams' theory about sleeper cells. Please stay safe. They're saying we're calling mass shootings terrorist attacks now. How many people were killed in this one? It seems that he was trying to strike terror into the population and he was motivated by Iran. That's just my opinion, okay? He was saying this is all just another try to give Palantir a massive government contract to spy on us. They're not buying it, okay?
It might be like 9/11 again.
They're saying it's bullshit the CIA are feeding to us. What do you guys think?
With this Patriot Act bullshit, so I don't know. But, man, we going to the celebrity jump with Corey Holcomb.
Introducing Elevalt. Earn 3.82% APY with interest paid daily. Set up.
Corey Holcomb is known for coming after other comedians or anybody doing better than him. It's crazy because when he do it, it's criticism. When somebody else do it, they backdoor got him. But Corey Holcomb is a great comedian. I love his show. If he ever came to Africa, I guess I'd buy a ticket. He might try to fight me or something, but I still support him, right? He's still my brother on accident. But Corey Holcomb has been known to criticize other comedians, especially some of those who are commercially larger than him.
I gave Dave Chappelle all his flowers. I said, man, he's a great actor. Every time he's in a movie, he always stands out and everything. But I'm saying, like, when he just be working out at the comedy clubs, it'd be kind of dry.
Now, this is his criticism of Dave Chappelle, right? And I'm not really into Dave Chappelle's style of comedy. But like I said, I have seen him go to comedy clubs, just talk, not really doing any comedy, right? But this was taken as Corey Holcomb hating on somebody, or certain people, who was doing better than him. He did actually talk about it in depth.
I have watched, whenever they say, hey, everybody, guess what? Special guest, Dave Chappelle. I'll be like, damn. It's gonna be hot dogs for at least an hour, maybe two. I'm just keeping it real. I'm not trying to, brother, but he needs to understand you throwing your weight around too much, man. Standing up there smoking with them irregular shirts on, bombing all the time. In any comedy club, they're going to put him up because he's Dave Chappelle.
Now, in my honest opinion, this is a better explanation, okay? And he said, listen, I've given Dave Chappelle his flowers, and the reason why I think that he be bombing is not because he doesn't have the ability. It's like he's not trying to control the crowd. He's using the leverage of being the I'm Dave Chappelle, so I get to do whatever the hell I want because I'm Dave Chappelle.
He's right, you know.
And this would put him in some sort of a conflict with Donnell Rawlings. Now, remember Donnell Rawlings was on the Dave Chappelle show. We all know him as being Ashley Larry. So he really thanks Dave Chappelle because Dave Chappelle opened the door for him, okay? And so he's always loyal. Very similar in a similar way that Corey Holcomb is loyal to Kevin Hart, right? And Kevin Hart is an awesome comedian, by the way. I get his comedy a little bit more than Dave Chappelle. But Donnell Rollins and Corey Holcomb would come to not blows, but a heated situation a few years ago in Hollywood.
Now sauce my mild. M-I-L-D. You catch up. You ain't got sauce. Nobody agree? So I'm wrong. Okay, I can be wrong.
So this is Corey saying your comedy is mid, and then here's Donnell Rollins coming back.
You said I ain't come through the streets or the gutters and straight bull. And if you want to ask somebody, ask the mother that you know what I do. So, all right, listen. Let's be fair. Fair conversation. No. Let's be fair. Let's be fair and real. You say you keep it 100. Know how I get down. 32. I'm rich. You rip, Mike? I'm rip. You ask anybody to see me bomb. Anybody. And you ask anybody that don't know me, I keep it gangster. I don't say no, you trying to say I'm a bum. I ain't no bum. No, I didn't say that.
So Donnell's like, yo, man, like, you on that BS. Like, I'm from Brooklyn. Like, stop playing with me. Like, you're acting like I got on in the industry because of Dave Chappelle. You're not looking at the fact that I also worked hard in the industry, okay? And this is what his point is. All the opportunities that I've gotten, you acting like I just got it because I'm in the industry or something else happened in the industry, which would be his larger point on Deion Coleman's podcast.
Mm-hmm. It's an issue with it. Mm-hmm. Now it's an issue. The issue is this, or this person, if he's got this, he's something. If he did this, he got the yes. If the back door or whatever you call it. And this is what I don't understand. It's like all these see the problem is, here's the thing.
But he also says this.
Guys accepted by the industry. You was on Last Comic Standard. You was in good grades. You had agents. You had all of it. You had everything that one in some kind of way. I don't know what that relationship was. Now the same thing that you was a part of. Now it's I ain't said something about it, but you know what Hollywood is. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? You know what games people play. You don't play them. Choose to play, they don't. Now all of a sudden, and anybody that has a amount of success to just put that down to like, oh, they had to do something. What about talent? Mm-hmm. That don't count for anything. Mm-hmm. You know, I just anybody.
Now, I like the way that Donnell Rollins put this. Obviously, is behind him now. But number one, Corey Holcomb is one of the first people, at least, that has some exposure to grassroots, to what happens in Hollywood. Like, that's why a lot of us love Corey Holcomb. I mean, because Corey Holcomb is us, and then Corey Holcomb is in Hollywood, right? Like, Corey Holcomb he's in LA, he's rubbed shoulders with that part of the game, okay? So Corey Holcomb understands what's going on and what's there. We believe Corey Holcomb. When people talk about the gay for play stuff in the industry, that's there. But then Donnell Rollins makes his point. You yourself was in the industry. You was on Last Comic Standard. You had management. You had all this stuff. In fact, Corey, you had everything that everybody wanted as an up-and-coming comic that nobody else got. So in other words, does that make you gay? Now, Donnell Rollins is not saying that Corey Holcomb is gay, but he's saying no. Corey Holcomb, and they talked about it. Corey Holcomb can be in the crowd can be out of it, he can make a joke, get him back in the crowd like he has a real big following. In other words, Corey, you're not the only person in the world with talent, okay? That's what he's trying to say. There is something to be said about talent. He talks about, there are many times he tries to get gigs and he tries to get on with people and he can't get on, right? And there are certain situations where he has gotten on because of his ability. And this is the one thing that I'll be critical of Corey. Every time he gets into it with somebody, everybody is gay. The lead attorney's gay. O'Shea criticizes you.
Jones is losing, so now he's lying about Rick Jackson. But a few months ago, he
is gay. All of you are in the back door in the crew, the booty clapping crew. And the issue is you can use that trope when it applies, if it can apply. But It's hard to put that on every person that you disagree with, or everybody you think that's mid. Oh, that person's been successful. Oh, it's because that person is gay. That person is backdooring. That person is doing this or that, and you have no proof. But you are in the same comedy industry as them, so I guess because you were real N-word, you didn't go through that. And that's the problem that Corey is gonna have in some of his takes, is that he's just too unilateral with a lot of the things that he discusses, and it comes out once he tries to have some type of structured debates that have, that has interlocking situations that stagger, or when something is just not so black and white. Corey Holcomb tries to make everything mutually exclusive, meaning that this exists or it does not exist, or this is existing and that can never exist at the same time. And usually either somebody is involved in it is gay and the other person is not gay. And that's the reason why this is happening. It's all coming down to sexuality. But when it comes to his success, it's not mutually exclusive. We've seen what it has been with Corey Holcomb. To be at his level is 15 years on the 5150 show. I didn't even know about Corey Holcomb until he was on YouTube. That's 15 years of being consistent. That has been excellent. It's been 15 years of selling out shows. 15 years, the last since the 5150 show, coming up with new concepts, writing, being on top of stuff, collaborating. Like, there is no backdooring when it comes to that. So when it comes to other people or people he don't like, doesn't mean it's backdooring for them. Let me tell you something. I'm a Sacramento Kings fan. I was a much bigger fan when we were winning. And of course, I don't want to talk about those heartbreak years. We had Biddy, Rick Allen, Vlade Divac, Peja Stojakovic, and we were playing the Lakers. And we would have went to the NBA Finals. We would have beat the New Jersey Nets. But there was a problem. There was a guy on the team by the name of Kobe Bryant. And Doug Christie, God bless his heart, did everything he could to defend Kobe Bryant until he couldn't. Okay? We had some really good teams. We were a really good team. But I disliked Kobe Bryant. I hated Kobe Bryant. But no matter what, there was nothing that I can do to sit there and say, well, you know what? This guy is this, or this guy is that. Because you couldn't take away from somebody that's good. The thing that I see with Corey Holcomb, when there is an issue with somebody, he does the very best he can to take away that person's strength, that person's ability. That may be true sometimes, but usually it's not true all the time. And so everybody in the industry is not backdooring. Because if everybody in the industry is backdooring, that would mean that you're a backdoorer, and we don't believe that you're a backdoorer. So what about these other dudes? Let me say about this, about being mid or not. There are people out there who feel that he's mid. Yeah, see, and y'all don't want to talk about that, do you? There are people out there that feel his content is mid, okay? Like, straight up. You look at him, you look at what's going on, they will say...
Yeah, we checking out the celebrity jump. Now we're going to O'Shea Duke Jackson. We got to figure out what this, the ghetto mayor, what she talking about.
It costs 3 times more getting to and from the bus stop than the actual bus ticket, unless you're bothering friends to be personal chauffeur.
I said green.
Henyard is not done with politics.
You like the
yet.
green?
The former South suburban politician has moved to Georgia and appears to be running for office there.
In May 2021, Tiffany Henyard would make history as the first African-American female mayor of this great city outside of Chicago, Illinois. And what made it very interesting is, number one, at the time...
Hey, Green Love, where you coming in from? What city?
She was under 40.
What
and
country?
Number two, she was a single mother. Now, obviously, there were problems with her before when she was just a trustee. But those things and those issues went unnoticed. And what would happen after that would be what I would call as a red swan event. We saw signs of what would be to come, but the terror would be terrible. And from May 8th, 2021 to May 5th, 2025, we would hear certain things like this.
Why can't we get in our public building to have meetings? Why are meetings being canceled? Why can't we have transparency what's going on with our tax dollars?
And things like this.
Not only did she find the village of Dalton is in significant debt, but she also found the village's credit card spending is out of control.
Not only was the village of Dalton in so much debt, Tiffany Henyard would get lucky. In 2022, she would become the supervisor of Thornton Township, doubling her duties and almost tripling her salary, damn near making $250,000 a year. But she kept on doing what she does best, which is destroying the city. Now, at this particular time, Tiffany Henyard had a lot going for her. Just like many people in the Black community that get an opportunity, she had the ability to show not only young Black people that things can be done in Black America, but you too could benefit from all of the opportunities that Black America has for you. Now, just because you come from a poor city doesn't mean that you don't have opportunities. And we saw this with Tiffany Henyard. She became the Thornton Township supervisor. She became the mayor. And with this political office, she was able to meet President Joe Biden. She was able to meet other mayors. She was able to meet and shake hands with so many different influential people across the nation, in which she could have, number one, developed herself, and number two, developed her community. And I want to talk about this because in my life, I used to always think that Black America just didn't have that many opportunities, we didn't have that much wealth. And really, I found out that it was quite the opposite. I just didn't believe in the opportunities that Black people gave me. I mean, after all, I'm making this video for you, and you're my audience. For the last decade, really, I supported myself by just talking about Black issues to the Black community worldwide. But just like many of us can take it for granted. So instead of being a person that would give opportunities to the community, Tiffany Henyard tried another strategy. She became a gatekeeper. If we want to define what a gatekeeper is, it's basically an individual or a group who controls access to resources, other people, or a category of power. Gatekeepers decide who gets in and who gets out, basically filtering information or opportunities before they can reach the wider public or people that have more power or higher authorities. You will see this a lot of times with middle managers as gatekeepers. They typically hire for the owner. Most likely we see this in college admissions, if your SAT is high enough, or medical school admissions. These are examples of gatekeepers. Typically when you look at elite high schools or elite colleges, gatekeepers make sure that only the best people get in. So gatekeeping is a method that can actually make things better. But if you're Tiffany Henyard, you're a gatekeeper that makes things worse. So instead of focusing on the community, you basically make sure that the resources from the community flow towards you and don't flow towards anybody else. And every time that somebody calls you out on it, you decide that you don't want any accountability. The way that Tiffany Henyard gatekept was really unique. Number one, licenses, business licenses. Making sure that if you didn't support her or didn't like her agenda, she just wouldn't let you run your business. So she would shut down your restaurants, she would shut down your businesses, she would shut down your liquor stores. Then she decided who would get village contracts and who would not. She also gatekept the police, and also keeping a lot of the police patrol for herself when the city or the village of Dalton was experiencing a lot of crime. This is what happens when you gatekeep. And this was some of the realities of her gatekeeping. But also, one of the things that she was doing was being very disrespectful to the community. Not only the men in the community, I mean, we could understand that. And shout out to my brother Edward Steve. But she was very disrespectful to the women in the community, while at the same time running the community's funds into the ground, causing massive debt. Then when people would try to find her and question her about all of this missing money that she was stealing,
the village of Dalton is more than $3.5 million in the hole. Mayor Tiffany Henyard is accused of misusing money, and today, she's nowhere to be found.
Oh yeah, nowhere to be found. She doesn't want to have any accountability for people's money, even though she's being paid. Her whole persona, all of who she is based off of taxpayers. And this is what you'll find with almost any gatekeeper who doesn't build their own platforms. Gatekeepers typically rely on what's already established. Let's say, for example, you're a person that is the brand manager of Hennessy, right? And you decide what vendors get in, you decide what influencers get paid, but you're just the brand manager. But you're not the brand. If you ever lose that job, you also lose the accolades that come with that brand because you're just a gatekeeper. And this is the one thing that Tiffany Henyard didn't understand. She thought she was better than the people that brought her there. And so what happened was in May 2025, she lost her seat. Now Tiffany Henyard and her boyfriend Kamal Woods would find a way to do something different. Oh yeah, by the way, stop the show. I forgot to mention, she hired all of her friends, including her boyfriend Kamal Woods, and paid them a lot of money to do absolutely nothing. Now Tiffany Henyard, who was a Democrat, decided that she would move to Atlanta. And then she started this clothing brand called New Wave. And Tiffany Henyard has always been a terrible entrepreneur, so she's doing that. Now, a lot of people are speculating that a lot of this money that she's funding her new lifestyle is money that she literally stole from the village of Dalton in the Thornton Township.
Damn.
But now we have figured out her real new plan.
Seems former Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard still has political aspirations. The ousted mayor is appearing on a list of qualified candidates in Georgia, running as a Republican for the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Henyard lost the Democratic primary in Dalton more than 1 year ago. She's also the subject of a federal investigation into how taxpayer money was handled while she was the Thornton Township supervisor.
So Henyard has qualified to run for Fulton County Commissioner, District 5 in Georgia. Now, interestingly, we found out that she is really a Democrat in Illinois, but she's running as a Republican in Georgia. So by default, because there are no other Republicans in Fulton, she will face the winner, okay? Even though most people don't know about her. And obviously, she probably won't even get 5 or 10% of the vote because number one,
don't nobody know
from the community.
Yeah,
and number
don't
two,
nobody know
her past is just too egregious to bear. But Tiffany Henyard is showing signs.
Especially in Atlanta, bro. These folks gonna rip your ass apart, bro. And once they find out your history, and that pretty much everybody in Atlanta already know this lady famous for taking money from the city. So you move from up there in Illinois and come down here and think you're gonna do that shit in Atlanta, that ain't gonna work.
Of a fallen gatekeeper. And I want to talk about that because again, so many people pray all the time. Pray for God to bless you, pray for you to get an opportunity, pray for God to do X, Y, and Z, wherever your faith is or your higher power belief, whatever you have. And then when you get blessed, you know, God or whoever you refer to as a higher power gives you what you want, you then get big-headed. And you now are not really ready for your blessing. You're not ready for your power. And just because you get power, it does not mean that you need to abuse that power because the people gave you the power. And this is one of the things that I've learned here on YouTube. Yes, I do put in the work and I do try to become a better content creator, but it is you, the subscriber, that has allowed me to come this far and be who I am over this last decade. So I'm literally nothing without you. But what's different between Tiffany Henyard and somebody like me, at least I have this thing going independently for the last 10 years. Tiffany Henyard.
She need to steal money to get her shit going. See, people like O'Shea Duke Jackson, they got it out the mud. He did it on his own. He did it himself. You know what I'm saying? With the people on YouTube. Now her, she just basically got into a position, stole some money, and now she balling.
Henyard cannot do anything on her own. She needs somebody's budget. She needs somebody's company to steal from so that she can be successful. In other words, Tiffany Henyard is a professional parasite, all right? And the people who are professional parasites forget one thing, that you already closed the door on the community. And once you close the door on the community and you destroy the public's trust, people don't forget that. So you try to go around and move to someplace else and then move to the Republican Party and move things around as if people don't know who you are, when wherever you go follows you to wherever you are. And so what happens is nobody will allow you to destroy them twice, especially not a person from Illinois coming to Georgia, spending their tax dollars that they don't know. And we got to understand this as Black people. When we get opportunities to serve and work with our people, we need to take that very seriously. We have to stop undermining our people. We got to start undermining the Black dollar. We got to stop undermining our Black talent. Because for many of us, this may be the only way that we get out. If you look at the HBCU systems and, you know, the old legendary coaches like Eddie Robinson, a lot of these were ecosystems in which we could not get out there. We could not get out there and pursue our dreams regularly. So these schools were established for our benefit. And instead of appreciating these things, we look down on them. And then once you look down on what liberates you, you also lose that too. And this is exactly what's happening with Tiffany Henry. She has lost everything as a fallen gatekeeper. And now you're begging to get that power back, but we know that you will abuse it. The thing that we want to learn from this experience is if you get power, use it for the right reasons. Don't use it just to elevate yourself. Use it to empower other people. Because being a gatekeeper is rented power. If people have to vote for you to get into a place, they can vote you out, all right? If somebody can hire you for a job, they can fire you from that job. So it doesn't last forever. So you always have a power that can check you. And as Tiffany Henry is doing now, because you messed up your opportunity, you're covering territory, literally from Illinois to Atlanta,
what up?
trying to reestablish yourself.
What's up,
because
GPS?
You can't get on where you're at. And that's sad. It's just like a lot of people in the Black community, they mess up their community, they mess up their stuff where they're at, going someplace else, and your same behaviors follow you, and you never learn. Like, at what point will we get it?
I'm gonna check this LV Nation out. Let me see what they're talking about. Let's see how long this video is.
Let's see how long my cousin can last with this 16-head massager. This is the same one the chiropractors use, except they finally have one for a reasonable price. It's got the red light therapy. It's got 16 balls instead of just one. My favorite part, it's got 30 different levels of speed, so we could crank this thing all the way up if we wanted to. Look at those puppies go. All right, you ready? We'll start with some lower back right here.
Oh, that feels so good.
Is it too much?
That's perfect. Oh my god. It's hitting every spot I needed to hit.
That's the thing with this massage gun. When you got 16 balls instead of just
yeah, everything good, man. Waiting on the sample and the
all
load
in one go.
So imagine this, the biggest show right now.
So this is Lou Valentino.
Realize something that his base cannot fathom, and they are going after him for saying this about the Ayatollah, who again was killed on day one of this Iranian operation by the United States of America. And I just want to read a little bit of context here. By the way, when I say biggest, this dude is getting millions and millions of views. He is mainstream media right now. A lot of people want him to run for president. So people on the left are very mad about his opinion on this, but you'll be the judge here. He says this, by the way, he was martyred at 86, then says something funny, and now people are saying he is making a sexual joke, invoking Islamophobia about the murder of the Ayatollah. And like, bro, Jon Stewart, just like a lot of people, are very happy that a guy who is a murderous tyrant who killed his own people for in front of it. And he might have made him Islam. So you'll be the judge. Take a listen.
That guy, by the way, there he was, murdered at 86. Man, are the virgins gonna be disappointed. Sorry, am I going too hard on Khamenei? Fucking murderous dictator? Whoa. Don't make fun of his erectile dysfunction. That's a bridge too far, Stuart.
Well, again, he was already front running what the people's reactions were gonna be behind this, about the versions and that, like, again, you know how many jokes people make about Christianity and how they say things about Christianity? And now he's agreeing with Trump here, right, that the Ayatollah needed to go, right? He's not mad about that, but people are mad at him for celebrating it live on a show. That's how bad the Democrats got it right now.
Boss Stewart got mowed down his own keyboard by, Viagra's a serious drug. No, America apparently had to start an entire war to kill an 86-year-old man in ill health and not wait, 3 weeks to let saturated fat do its thing.
So again, Jon Stewart, whether you like him or not, is being very truthful here. He opens up this statement by saying, F him. F this guy. We shouldn't be defending this, right? You had vigils in New York City of people defending it. The same people that are probably also supporting Jon Stewart. So, but it gets worse for the Democrats here, right? Here's what this post says. No one has an excuse for a brainless take on Iran right now. Cancel Jon Stewart right now. Zero tolerance policy. People want to cancel Jon Stewart for having this, but they don't want to cancel Americans for doing this. This is a live look from New York City of Americans, again, these leftists crazy, having a vigil for Khomeini, having a real life vigil for Khomeini while holding up Islamic Republic flags, while having pictures of him. I mean, this is just crazy. So yeah, I think he's right on this. Here we go. So people are also mad at him for saying the truth about Iran's reaction to the strikes. Take a listen to this.
So wait a minute, let me get this straight. America and Israel attack Iran. And Iran's answer is to just attack everybody. Having been in a bar fight or two in my life, I'm pretty sure the worst thing you can do during a 2-on-1 beatdown is slap everyone else. Hey, not every part of me is getting punched. What are you doing? Hey, you!
So again, people got really mad at him for this, right? And the best part about this explanation is, let's go to Ilhan Omar, right? Congresswoman Ilhan Omar from Minnesota. She says Iraq was attacked by the U.S. during Ramadan. And it is sickening now to know that the U.S. is again going to attack Iran during Ramadan. Now, what's crazy about this, first of all, she got debunked, right? Because when you go to the first Gulf War, Persian Gulf War in 1990, it did not happen during Ramadan. And the second Persian Gulf War, which is in 2003, which is 16 of the Muharram 1424 Islamic lunar calendar, that did not happen during Ramadan. So she got debunked here. But the craziest part about this is, guess who's debunking this? If you look at the map that Jon Stewart is showing here, it basically goes against what Ilhan is saying, because think about what he said. Iran began attacking its neighbors who are Muslim during Ramadan. During Ramadan, that is, right? So this excuse that, people like Ilhan Omar, that the United States of America is only doing this because of Islam or Ramadan, that is a crazy, crazy false statement. Because when you look at it, you're also not going to say, hey, Iran is wrong. Listen, I've gone through her whole page. She has not condemned the Ayatollah. She has not condemned the new one, which is his son, the Khomeini Jr. or whatever. He's probably out of here too. No one's seen him. And so everybody's getting mad, but why is nobody calling out Iran for attacking the UAE, or attacking Qatar, for attacking Kuwait, for attacking Saudi Arabia, for attacking Dubai during Ramadan? Nobody blinks an eye. Which brings me back to Jon Stewart here. Friend of the show, George, made a video about an Iranian woman who was basically, again, because these are the only people I want to hear from. I don't want to hear from these stuck-up Americans that hate America. By the way, I am also one of those people that understands why a lot of people have the anti-war outlook on life. I have it, right? When we invaded Iraq, they had no weapons of mass destruction, forever wars. We know. I know, I'm not stupid. I understand that there is, there has been a lot of things that we have done. So I understand that. But hating the United States of America and rooting for the Ayatollah Khomeini to win, that to me is just something much different. Something that you really can't fix. So let's actually go to Georgia where he's showing this clip of this, of this Iranian woman basically lecturing Jon Stewart on, on what is really going on in Iran. Let's take a listen here.
Revolution against the Shah wasn't necessarily a religious one. I don't think Khomeini.
Yes, it was.
But no, but I'm saying, don't you think Khomeini?
Last time I'm saying it, so y'all better pay attention. There's a simple way to start bringing in cash, and all it takes is a Wi-Fi connection and 3 clicks. No complicated.
Khomeini.
Yes, it was.
But no, but I'm saying, don't you think Khomeini appeared to be a more moderate figure before he got there? You don't think that when he was living in exile?
No, I don't think he was more moderate. He was a true believer. But what he did do, because you did get quite a lot of the, I don't even know what to call them, the upper middle class deciding to go into the streets against the Shah and vote for him. He managed to lie. He managed to tell everybody that he was going to bring democracy, he was going to bring this, he was going to bring that, and oh no, a mullah will never be in charge, So all of this stuff, was a lie. And actually, very gullible Western politicians believed them. At the time, the British government, maybe some in the US government thought, wow, we're going to get democracy in Iran. Let's throw the Shah over, our, decades-long ally, who, yes, was authoritarian. But I think the difference there was that in 1979, after a full year of revolution, and I just have to tell you, in New Year's, 77 going into 78, Jimmy Carter and Rosalynn came to Tehran and they had a state visit, which culminated in a state dinner. And President Carter told the Shah that you are our greatest friend and an island of stability in the Middle East. Okay? That meant they knew nothing about the rumblings. Their ambassador there knew nothing about. 8 days later, the revolution started. It took a year. And 1 year later, Khomeini came back. 8 days after Carter's famous, you are my best friend and you are, the stability of the Middle East, which means that nobody knew anything. Or if they did, the message wasn't going up the chain. I mean, that's a simplistic version, but that's basically what has been happening. I'm going to just say, I think 47 years of Western policy to Iran has been rubbish. Literally rubbish. Literally rubbish. I think
In the sense of the sanctions and the way that they isolated them?
You know why? You know why? Because they focused only on the hard power. Nukes, missiles, foreign mercenaries. Never on the rights of the Iranian people.
Guys, has Jimmy Carter ever been on the right side of any issue? This guy gave up the Panama Canal. I guess he gave Iran to the mullahs. I think we need to have a conversation about Jimmy Carter. Joe Biden wasn't that bad when you think about what that guy did.
And the Iranian people are some of the most sophisticated people in that whole region, the best educated, the most female empowerment, the most technologically savvy, the best scientists, doctors, artists, for thousands of years, right? And we just lump them all as quasi-terrorists. All the people of Iran never put their human rights or their democratic rights, not just at the top of an agenda, but anywhere on the agenda.
That's what I meant. Christian, even with Khomeini, it felt like a bait and switch, not to the world, but to the Iranian people that he said, we're going to give you democracy and to the world. And then he gets there and they start massacring everybody and imposing these religious customs, which, because I agree.
That's a very critical moment like that. I can just put myself in there. Oh, I'm a Karen. My name is Wendy Sherman. I worked under the Biden regime. I think that's the lady's name that I'm over. It's true. We in the United States lump Iranians in with all the shenanigans in the Middle East without realizing that not everyone is an Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Yeah, you have a regime in Iran that's truly destructive, but Iranian society is vastly different from that regime. And the only way that regime remains in power is through force. The other thing we say in the West is they're all Muslims and therefore they have the same goals, the same ambitions. That's so vain. It's just not true. Does a Southern Baptist in Mississippi share that much in common with a Pentecostal in Brazil? Of course they have Jesus, and if they both believe Jesus died on the cross for them, they will be saved. But I can assure you that they are different. Culturally, they're different, and it's the same thing in Iran. Persians aren't Arabs. Persians are technically closer to a European than they are to a Gulf Arab. What they share is Islam, but even still, Iran is Shia Islam. Saudi Arabia is Sunni. They disagree on many big things. I mean, I say both of them are wrong because Christ is king, but everyone in the West says they're all the same. Iranians have a society that they have developed over thousands of years. This is a civilization that dates back to biblical times. One of the most interesting figures in the Bible, Cyrus the Great, was a Persian. That's how old and unique their society is. Once you accept that the people in Iran are different from the people in Iraq and Afghanistan, you really have to look at what Trump is doing in a different way. That leads me to this moment where Wendy Sherman, the Biden appointee, admits that Trump's operation is working.
Also buried in the briefings is this has been planned for months. They and the Israelis have planned the attack meticulously. And so they may not have been prepared in any way for the aftermath or the collateral effects of all this, but they've clearly put more effort into this than they did to any kind of negotiation for a nuclear deal. Is that fair or unfair?
I think that's absolutely fair, John. I think that, you know, our military is extraordinary and they plan for plans for plans. There is nothing they do not plan for and do it meticulously. And that's what we're seeing.
And Christian Amanpour gives Trump credit for actually doing something different.
The other thing is that what's really, I think you're right, the president has decided that might makes right. And this is what has been playing out since last January. Since his inauguration, I was at the Munich Security Conference when, of last year, when J.D. Vance read the riot act to his allies, not his adversaries, his allies, and basically said, we're going to do what we want. You're a bunch of pussies. You don't even enable your far right and all the rest of it. I mean, it was mad.
She said, you're a bunch of pussies.
And then sort of cozied up a little bit, as you saw play out in the White House, to Putin and dissed Zelensky and all the rest of it. So yes, I think they think that they can decapitate whoever.
So Amanpour poses another critical question here, and I think it's a conversation to be had.
Okay, one question. Could it be a Berlin Wall thing? Because I'm very nervous. We've explained all the possible downsides and the possible cynical deals that might be made around the back of the Iranian people to end this. But could it be, Wendy, John, I didn't cover the fall of the Berlin Wall. I wasn't a foreign correspondent yet. But it was like, no, until one day it happened. Now, it did have Gorbachev sign off, and the soldiers didn't shoot. And that was crucial, which will be crucial in Iran. But I wonder if you think there might be the space, Wendy, created by this war to allow that there.
Christian, you should be a journalist because I think there's always that possibility. Anybody who lived through the Berlin Wall falling and the fall of the USSR and all those things, these guys could collapse and there could be a sort of different renaissance.
Look, I think we would all find that a wonderful outcome.
This lady worked for Biden and Obama, and I think every Democrat president since she's been in professional politics. So she's going to spew BS, and I don't want to hear it. I did want that question to be posed. Could this be a Berlin Wall situation? I think it's possible. A lot of good points were made there. Thank you all very much for watching. God bless, and good.
By the way, again, make sure to go check out front of the show. Very, very important that you guys check out George. So back to Jon Stewart. That's why they're mad. He is having people with the open dialogue that, hey, this can be successful. This can be something that does benefit and unlocks something about the world that has been missing for over 40-something years. But also, the reason why they're mad at Jon Stewart is because he is not praising Khomeini, and he is not really not praising Israel, but he is a criticizer of Israel. I think he's Jewish himself, Ashkenazi Jew, but he is not folding to the left here. He is having these open dialogues, even on his show viewed by millions of people, which is the Daily Show. So this is something big, in my opinion, that it's where I'm at. It's where I'm hoping for the best, praying for the best, while also knowing how much of a chance, how much of a risk this really does pose to a lot of human beings. And I think we've already seen some things that could go wrong. So let me know what you guys think down below. Shout out to George. Shout out to everybody that watched this video. Let me know what you guys think overall. I love you guys. See you guys on the next.
Shit, that was a good video. And they were breaking that shit down. Chicago motherfuckers some old shit.
Did your teenager develop depression, anxiety, or eating disorders after becoming addicted to social media platforms? A global settlement may be coming in 2025.
We're going to trap more Ross, y'all.
Folks, everybody is getting exposed for their connections to Jeffrey Epstein, and there's been a lot of things that are needed.
And influencers
that maybe were
exposed.
ignored for
That's
quite
what
some
we're
time,
reacting to.
but are now beginning to get on everybody's radar. And I think that there are a lot of connections with Epstein that I think are a little bit dark, a little bit nefarious, a whole bunch of different things that just need digging up, okay? And in this video, I'm going to be talking to you guys about the Zorro Ranch and basically new prosecutors that are now finally launching a search of this ranch. There's been rumors that bodies might have been buried there. There was even a rumor that Jeffrey Epstein might have been a New Mexico serial killer with, over 11 bodies of women that were actually discovered buried in the desert of New Mexico. Jeffrey Epstein was apparently trying to launch the Zorro Ranch. And so we're finally hearing some updates that essentially they might be investigating. Now, before I dive into that, I just want to let you guys know, okay, I did drop a video about Erica, my other channel, my fourth channel, Influencers Exposed. It's got some very interesting details in there and some interesting backstory about a rumor that she actually might have some connections to Jeffrey Epstein and his trafficking empire. So I'm going to suggest that you check that out if you want to hear kind of some of the more unusual connections that Jeffrey Epstein has made over the years. But in this video, I want to sort of dig more specifically into the rumors that this investigation at Zorro Ranch is actually going ahead. Now, we discussed last month how New Mexico officials were officially approving a full investigation into Epstein's Zorro Ranch. As you can see here, the New Mexico Land Commissioner was calling for an investigation into the claims that there were things going on at Zorro Ranch and basically, allegations that bodies might have actually been buried there.
Epstein files, there are growing calls from New Mexico leaders to investigate disturbing claims made about Epstein's New Mexico ranch.
Those claims include the possibility that 2 women were buried on the ranch. News 13's Annalisa Pardo is here to explain.
Dean and Jess, the New Mexico Public Land Commissioner wants an investigation into claims about Epstein's Zorro Ranch, including the claim that 2 women are buried there. But the State Department of Justice says it needs more information to go off of.
Shrouded in mystery, no one really knows all that may have happened at convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch in Stanley, New Mexico. But the release of files about the Epstein case reveals disturbing claims.
So there's a lot of unanswered questions about Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, what went down there, why it was not fully investigated, why people were not held accountable, and frankly, as a New Mexican, to anyone who was hurt there, my heart goes out to you.
So there's basically rumors that bodies have been buried there, right? And this email has gone out, said, Edward, this is sensitive, so it'll be the first and last email depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it or trash it, but this comes from a person that's been there and seen it all as a former staff of the Zorro. Material below was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my insurance in case of future investigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. What is damning about Jeffrey Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on the orders of Jeffrey and Madame Jelaine? Both died by strangulation during rough fetish things going down in bed. Now, these disturbing allegations that bodies were buried at the Zorro Ranch, they've been going around everywhere. This is sort of an expanded version of that message. Now, some people think this could be a scam because it actually does say, arrange for a whole Bitcoin to be sent to my wallet. And basically I'll send you the information. There's a bunch of dirty videos there that are allegedly linked, okay? And people saying that this is a massive cover-up, says they needed time to get rid of the bodies first. They gave them a 2 or 3 year head start. Just hoping you can catch me up. What's the Zorro? It's the ranch. They're saying it's probably more than 2. They're saying Trump ordered to stand down on the investigation into the ranch property. I don't know if that's true, but basically it says she said on record Epstein offered her money to do this, birth babies for black market use. I did actually read this victim journal elsewhere, and basically, yeah, it's bizarre. Okay, it is bizarre, and I personally do think that there's bodies buried there. Now, I would basically cover, the alleged serial killer narrative where Epstein might have even had a connection to these West Mesa murders, where over a dozen women were actually found buried in the desert. This basically is the West Mesa homicide investigation, and it basically explains that at this point, 11 victims that were all identified, 10 of the victims all have a common link. They have ties to drugs and prostitution. The 11th victim has no known involvement in these things, but they basically used dental records, sketches to try and work out who was who, and they identified 11 women. And here they are. Jamie Barela, basically was just basically with her cousin, who was also a victim, left a gathering near a park, but never seen again, killed by an unknown person and buried in a West Mesa location. Monica Candelaria, unknown person, killed the 22-year-old and buried her in the plot. Victoria Chavez, 26 years old, when she was killed and found in the grave in West Mesa. Virginia Cloven, basically they used DNA to identify the 24-year-old as a victim of the 118th Street serial killer, reported missing in 2004. Investigators believe she died between 2004 and 2005, and she was buried in the same place. Solania Edwards, another victim, they identified using a sketch and dental record. She was identified as an endangered runaway. She'd been associated with working girls in Aurora, Colorado, and she might have been staying at the Ranger Motel. She was seen in the company of 3 other women, and she was using a nickname Mimi or Chocolate. 15, just 15 when she was last seen, and that does kind of fit Epstein's profile. They believe she was killed between 2004 and 2005 and buried in the same plot. Cinnamon Elks, they believe that she was killed by an unknown person. She was 32 at the time. Doreen Marquez, sometime between 2003 and 2005. They believe she was killed when she was 24. Judy Nito, between 2004 and 2005, when she was 24. Veronica Romero, again, between 2004 and 2005, they said she was 28. Evelyn Salazar, she was 27. She was last seen at a family gathering in April 2004. Her and her cousin, who was also a victim who we mentioned, left the gathering and they were never seen again. And she was buried there too. And the last victim, Michelle Valdez, who again, they believe sometime between 2004 and 2005, an unknown person killed the 22-year-old and buried her in the same location. Interestingly enough, she was pregnant at the time of her death, and the skeletal remains of her unborn child were found buried with her. So you could argue, depends how you look at it, that is actually a 12th person and a child that lost their life. Now, apparently the official investigation into the Zorro Ranch has finally begun.
Investigators are searching through the former ranch of Jeffrey Epstein over allegations it may have been used for criminal activity. We're talking about Zorro Ranch. You probably have heard of it. He used to own it. It's just like, maybe half an hour outside Santa Fe. New Mexico's Justice Department says it conducted a search yesterday in cooperation with the ranch's new owners. You'll remember that the state attorney general had reopened an investigation into the ranch last month after it was closed in 2019. Following new allegations from the Epstein files, the AG did not specify which allegations, but some of the documents recently released by the DOJ included an email to a local radio host alleging, I'm quoting here, somewhere in the hills outside the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. Now, no evidence has surfaced to confirm these allegations, and attorneys for Ghislaine Maxwell did not immediately return our request for comment. Ryan Riley is covering this one for us. So let's talk it through. There's been a lot of attention on, obviously, Epstein's Island. There's been a lot of attention on the New York townhouse that he owned. And now it feels like the spotlight has shifted to this Zorro ranch here, right?
Exactly. So there's this Truth Commission that's operating. It's a multi-million-dollar investigation.
This is through the New Mexico State Legislature.
Correct. Right. Aimed at looking at what exactly went wrong in terms of what could they have missed in state laws that could have been improved or fixed to prevent this from happening.
By the way, that was only fairly recently opened, right? After the release of the DOJ documents.
Exactly right. And so, I mean, when you're talking, it's a little bit, I think, as you read in sort of that intro there, there's questions about what exactly they're zeroing in on. But I think that this is meant to sort of give some answers to the public rather than necessarily, at the moment at least, based on what we know, focused on any individual criminal charges. Of course, you can't charge Epstein because he's dead, but I think that's basically what they're trying to do, is get at some of the truth of this and reveal what gaps there might be in state law.
In other words, if there were any other co-conspirators kind of thing?
Potentially, yeah. I think going to, it's very sort of early on. But the nice thing is that they have a pretty tight timeline for when they're actually going to get the report out. So this isn't going to be one of those investigations that just goes on forever.
Yeah.
We don't really have an answer. There will be some sort of public results in this investigation, and the Democratic AG is very focused, on this as well, and has made these announcements about what they're looking into this.
So they are looking into it. Okay, I would like to see some excavation going on. For them to dig up potentially some of these alleged bodies. Now, in addition to that, massive protests have actually been going on at the Zorro Ranch. There's also been protests, right outside the grounds, and people have been demanding justice for the victims, and Virginia Giuffre's brother actually attended too. So this is a video of basically people attending the ranch, and they're pulling up to protest, and things did actually get pretty serious at the protest as time went on. So look at this.
If there's an action, we can get rid of the evil. And today, we, all of us, together with the Epstein survivors and all the survivors of sexual violence, we are all the curanderas, we are all the healers.
And so many other survivors, it's harder than I ever imagined. Since losing Virginia this past year, I've been bittersweet. The void she left behind is ever present. Watching the world truly begin to celebrate her legacy has been awe-inspiring.
So that's her brother giving his thoughts there at the protest right outside the Zorro Ranch. So protesting New Mexico style today, Native American chanting, speeches in Spanish, English, and indigenous Puebloan languages, and cleanses with stage. I estimate 1,000 people were there, and between the addresses by Virginia's brother and sisters-in-law and the other speakers, it was very moving. We rebuilt the Zorro Ranch Memorial to survivors that was destroyed by the new owner, Don Huffing's excavators, and I think it's very interesting, right? There's a memorial to the survivors. The new owner destroyed it. Drop my little toy. Basically, they destroyed the memorial to survivors with excavators. I wonder what else was destroyed with excavators. That is definitely quite sus, if you ask me. People are basically saying that this makes them happy. They're really glad to see people standing up to them. Thank you to everyone who showed up for the survivors. So appreciative of your time and humanity. America is truly great. This is truly eye-opening. What's this going to be? We've already seen this, all right? Prison guards discuss the cover-up. We've dug into that very, very deeply. People saying release the files, release the Trump files. Okay, so much love to the people that came out to show respect for life, compassion, humanity. It's still alive and well in New Mexico and in America. Thank you to each and every one of you. Now, interestingly enough, okay, New Mexico Democratic Representative Melanie Stansbury, who worked to establish the Truth Commission for Epstein's local crimes in the area, remains highly outspoken about investigating the property and provided an update on this investigation that's going on.
New Mexico with a breaking update in the Epstein investigation, and that is today New Mexico's Department of Justice has begun its on-site investigation of Zorro Ranch. This investigation is crucial as a part of our larger investigation into the crimes that happened by Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and his associates here in New Mexico as part of New Mexico's investigation through our State Department of Justice and our newly passed bipartisan Truth Commission. Now, one of the things that's important to know is that New Mexico's Zorro Ranch is a place where multiple crimes were reported both to federal authorities as well as state and local authorities. In fact, there are records dating back to the mid-1990s of abuse happening at the ranch, including a report to the FBI in 1996 by a survivor and multiple other reports over the years. And one of the significant and important pieces of this case is to understand why justice was never pursued at the state, local, or federal level. So this investigation is a crucial piece of trying to understand what happened at the ranch, to look for potential crimes that may have occurred on the ranch property, especially because after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in 2019 and other properties were searched, Zorro Ranch was never properly searched, and because it is a crucial piece in getting to the bottom of truth and accountability here in our state to hold those who are still able to be held accountable to the law, as well as seeking justice and healing for survivors here in our state. So we are so grateful for the work that the New Mexico Department of Justice is doing. We are so grateful for our state legislative leaders like State House Representative Andrea Romero and State House Representative Mariana Anaya, who are leading on our Truth Commission. And we are so grateful to all of the survivors and our community who has shown up, especially over the last several weeks, to show support for survivors. And I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you to everyone, all of the hundreds of New Mexicans who showed up yesterday to show their support for the survivors, to march and to stand in solidarity at Zorro Ranch yesterday. I had the opportunity to meet with survivors afterwards, and I want to share with you that what they shared with us is that it felt like New Mexico was home and had welcomed them. So thank you. All of our New Mexicans out there who are leading the way, who are leading with your hearts, and who are seeking truth, justice, and accountability, because that is what this case is all about. Well,
So shout out to her, okay, she's a Democratic representative, but, okay, meanwhile on the Republican side, it's a whole different story, because Republican Representative James Comer would actually tell Fox News that apparently Donald Trump's Department of Justice directly asked New Mexico investigators to shut down a 2019 probe into the ranch. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? James Comer says Trump DOJ asked New Mexico officials to end the Epstein investigation, right? Apparently they said, wrap it up, don't do it, all right, don't do it. Basically, he claimed that on Fox News that it was being ordered to shut it down. Okay, they said that authorities searched the ranch once owned by Epstein in the state. Victims said they were trafficked to the ranch, and it's the second time the property's been investigated. It was being probed in 2019, but federal investigators reportedly took over and shut things down. And then Epstein died of an apparent self-deletion while incarcerated. Comer, who chairs the House Oversight Committee, said on Tuesday, the federal government asked New Mexico to stop their investigation, I believe, back in 2019 of that ranch. So there's just so many questions about how the government failed the victims and how government failed in trying to prosecute Epstein sooner. I mean, this whole thing doesn't make sense. Everyone has conspiracy theories on how Epstein was able to get away with it. Was it because he had powerful friends? Was it because he was an agent? We don't know, because we're not going to find out. But we're going to find out. I'm glad they're on the ground now in New Mexico searching that property. Congressman, you said in 2019 the government told New Mexico authorities to stand down while investigating the ranch. Do you know what branch of government? They said, yes, it was the Department of Justice, I believe, and it was because they had, I believe, perhaps the Southern District of New York. They've taken over the investigation at that point, so these are the questions that we have. We want to get the answers. That is sus as hell. Now, interestingly enough, B.K. Brown, credit he actually weighed in on this during a podcast on Spotify.
Let me show you real quick. This is my dash cam, no cables anywhere. I can take it right out of the car, it's still running. Why? Because it's 100% wireless. You only have to charge it about once a month. It records in 1080p HD with automatic date and timestamp. It comes with a front camera plus a rear camera, just like I showed you. Fully wireless, 4 cameras in one. And yep, it has night vision too. So whether you're running into the store or leaving your car parked outside overnight, it's still recording everything. If you're looking for a reliable, fully wireless dash cam, this is the one. Tap the link in the bottom corner and grab yours now.
As well. Okay, let me play you a clip from this.
So I just think that it shows another place where our government, the DOJ in the United States, did not follow the money or did not follow some of the leads that we are, quite frankly, seeing now in these files.
What happened in New Mexico? What is sort of the unexplored, uninvestigated sort of question?
Well, New Mexico is probably the most remote place that he operated. He did have the island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but the waterway to get there is, a short distance from St. Thomas. This place was really in the middle of nowhere with very little access to it. So it's hard to know what he did there. But we do know from the victims that they were taken there and they were sexually abused at the New Mexico property, and that other men were brought there to abuse some of these possibly underage girls, some young women that he trapped into going there. So it continually comes up in interviews, and we can see that in the files. So I think more questions have been raised with people in New Mexico, for example, seeing, Googling or searching these files and seeing that there's New Mexico connections here, and they weren't ever really investigated.
Do you have any understanding as to why not?
Now, I've never understood that, why they didn't even search the island until after he was dead. I was surprised because they executed search warrants for his property in New York, as we know, and they didn't seem to do anything with the island until after he died, so.
Makes you wonder, right? Didn't search the island, didn't search the ranch, shut down the investigation into the ranch does make you wonder. It's very, very scary. Now, YouTuber The Conspiracy Files recently released new footage, just yesterday actually, flying another drone directly over the ranch, which showcased just how big and isolated the property is when it comes to being searched by the police.
There's only a few people that have strong. You notice that?
Someone's got that Pete. He ran out. He was talking in front of the door.
Yeah. I know my heart is like racing right now.
I feel you. I'm gonna cry. Like, this is like a dream for someone to be out here doing this.
It's a bold move, you know. They really flew the drone right over.
Is that where the Atlantis used to be? You know what I'm talking about? Is that there?
It's crazy.
I used to have a pretty big target on my back. I went to prison for accessory murder. Honestly, we're gonna take that to the senators and congressmen.
That is crazy.
They got the accessory to murder PDFs, all right? He in the right place. That's not anyone turning up to your door when you are controlling a baby farm in the desert of New Mexico. But anyway, it's good to know people are on the case, all right? The Redditors will also collect newly released photos from inside the ranch. There'll be new photos, rare close-up looks inside the Zorro Ranch, and these will be circulating just 6 days ago on r/Epstein. Beautiful property, to be honest. The man's not worthy of such
Yeah, the man had a lot of damn money, bro.
This is a little bit disturbing. Looks a bit like a gallows to me, but hey ho. Something was not right at this property, okay? It is dark. Whatever this guy had going on was suspect as fuck. Okay, no longer on this earth, but he leaves behind all these artifacts, all these little, you know, tidbits of his vast wealth. Still unexplained how he got all of this money, all these ranches, these exclusive properties all over the world. It is bizarre. Okay, it's beautiful property, absolutely well furnished. How on earth was he doing this? That's what I wonder. All these young women.
He might have been working with another country, or he might have just had dirt on everybody, and they had to pay him.
And got pictured there, shooting guns there. It's just a mess. And so it took me a while to figure out what I was actually looking at, as the images seemed like stock clutter images. Turned out it was pictures from inside the Epstein's Zorro Ranch from an EFTA document that hadn't been posted anywhere else online. It was saying, isn't that his girlfriend that he left everything to in picture 1920? Who are the other females? Potential house workers? Yes, sir. Thank you. Some truly effed up individuals. So I guess somebody compiled who they were. Zorro Ranch, who to, and so we know what. So we know who all these women are. Karina Shuliak, highly implicated. That was his girlfriend. They were in Paris together before Epstein came back and got arrested. Then he got disappeared. She faced legal risk tied to her dental practice in the Virgin Islands, where one does not appear to have existed. Epstein used the same address for a charitable foundation and a company that owned Epstein's jet, a shady international bank. She's currently living in an apartment owned by Epstein's younger brother in Manhattan. Not sure, could be Sarah Kellen, alleged recruiter currently living with husband in penthouse in Soho, New York, according to a court document. Highly involved and implicated in searching for minors, as well as booking massages. Rena O claims to be a survivor of Epstein's abuse and widely spoke about her experiences with him 20 years ago. Sued Virginia Giuffre as Virginia called her out as an abuser and one of the people working in the trafficking operation. Potentially Sarah Linnell or Jennifer Kalin. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the other two turns out to be Virginia Giuffre as well, right? Virginia Giuffre not in any of these photos. She traveled to Thailand in 2002 and escaped, and she was long gone by the time Karina Shuliak arrived, but very, very, very intriguing. Okay, the devil fork at the end of the Z is blowing me. That was super, super disturbing, right? They're saying screaming devil heads on the chairs. Like, what is this iconography? That's not screaming devil head, is it? It is spooky as hell. It's spooky as hell. I thought that was a little bit disturbing.
Designed this bathing suit using AI. I designed this backpack using AI. I even designed this bikini using AI. Let me show you how easy it is to start selling products with AI.
When I saw it, yeah, you got the kind of devil pitchfork at the end of the Zorro. It's dark. It's dark. What's these devil heads? What are these devil heads at the end of the chair? Are these devil horns? Maybe Satan's horns on the chair? Some sort of Satan cup chair, maybe? Bizarre. Truly bizarre. Chilling. Very, very chilling. Okay, it's dark. Right, if you're into antiques, nothing in these photos is off base. Looks like a lot of the Palm Beach consigners I have. What's with the decor? Is it just like 90s rich American person aesthetic? Same as the island, it looks tasteless and crass. Rich beyond belief and completely hideous decor and furnishings. It's true, the wildest cup chair I've ever seen in Picture 7. It absolutely screams cup chair if you didn't catch it. It reminds me of Edward's the Seventh Sex Chair. Go on then, let's have a look. Good God. Good God, let's not. It's crazy, okay? It's actually crazy. So look, okay, they are finally investigating the Zorro Ranch. I, for one, am actually glad that they're investigating this. I would really hope that they do actually find the bodies. I think that that would be really interesting if they actually found more victims and they actually got to the bottom of what was going on. Even though Epstein's not here to face justice, if there were more bodies, maybe they could implicate more people in murders. And all them little Palm Beach plea bargains that you conspirators signed so that you couldn't be charged, that's going to be out the window if we catch you guys in a couple more murders. And that would be delicious, okay? Would love to see all of these conspirators, Epstein's girlfriends, all the people that enabled him, Ghislaine Maxwell, everybody. I'd love to see somebody else go down for a murder in this case. But hey, we're going to have to wait and see what happens, okay? Let me know what you thought of that video. I will be back with some more updates. I might have another Epstein update, definitely have some more Iran updates for you guys today. I'm working overtime today. So let me know what you think of the content and the large batch of content. If you're not liking all the content, let me know too. And I will do just like 3 videos a day. Right now, I'm just going to try 10 because I just wanted to try that. Just have this number in my head, like, let's do 10 videos. So I hope you enjoy that. I'm going to run it up today. Going to absolutely burn through the content because there's a lot going on. I feel like I've been behind. There's a few stories that I've not.
Y'all check out Trap More Ross. Still going. We're still going. We're going to try to do 3 hours, man. Try to get 3 hours through this thing. Let's look at the THPP network, see what they're talking about. Kevin Samuels vindicated.
Hey, thank you so much for recording our kids' games. Can I ask, how do you get us the highlights so fast?
I want to publicly apologize to the internet, to God.
Literally, the order in which somebody speaks tells you their thought process. She wanted to make sure that she apologized to the internet first. That positioning absolutely matters to this equation.
To anybody that I offended with my words, maybe on the mic, or maybe my opinions, or maybe me saying something out of flesh instead of truly letting it marinate in the Holy Spirit.
Where we got B. Simone doing the Christian hustle, Christian grit, and her YouTube platforms looking a little bit like a prosperity preaching manifestation type of content creation going on.
I wasn't fully walking in my true identity and my purpose of what God wanted me to do with my platform. I was so obsessed with validation from the internet. Y'all know I went viral. My finances. Yeah, y'all made fun of that for like 6 months. Jesus.
The very next month, I made $1 million in 30 days. And the month after that, I made $10,000 the very next month.
Why?
Because I was canceled on social media.
Oh, that was the men?
That was in that same time frame, right?
So
I went from $1 million month to a 10,000. What percent drop is that? We were in the red. What the code red? Hello, please.
She said she went from making $1 million a month last to $10,000 a month last. B. Simone came to the internet crying because she could not shop in Bloomingdale's anymore and had to shop in H&M.
Just my finances. Like, the budgeting, you see how I am. In every little thing. I never been like that. We were in Bloomingdale's yesterday. I'm like, we have to go to H&M.
That's crazy. These people want to spend money that fucking bad. As bad as money is to come by right now. You'd rather spend your money in Bloomingdale's than put it away in a bank account or put it on a CD or a stock or a bond that would keep replicating every month, every year. You want to spend it at Bloomingdale's. Just throw it away.
All I'm saying is that
You might better go to the strip club and just take your bank account, just give me your card and just say, give me all the money out of my bank account and just throw it on the floor.
she lies a lot. And she spends a ton of money on on bots and comments and pushing her page through the algorithm. That I know personally. So she tell me I'm lying. Just be lying.
Would you rather have $1 trillion or would you rather have 10 minutes with Jesus? I said I would rather have $1 trillion because I feel like God left his word, he left the Bible. There's nothing that he is going to tell me probably in those 10 minutes that isn't already in his word.
Her standpoint was strongly based in Christianity.
God has always been the center of my life, but just growing stronger in my faith has happened over the past couple of years.
The basis of her conversation, even in this apology, is rooted in Christianity.
Let me just go to my prayer room and pray. I don't feel like there's going to be anything that Jesus will tell me in those 10 minutes that he hasn't left in his word.
Because Simone, just because you got $1 trillion in your bank account instead of talking to Jesus, it's not a guarantee that you would live one more day after having that $1 trillion.
I can tap into that now. I don't need 10 minutes with Jesus. Like I have that now. Am I explaining this right? What would y'all do? Would y'all take the trillion or would y'all do 10 minutes with Jesus? I am taking the trillion and I'm going to my prayer room.
What you Blight Savages? B. Simone is one of those folks who the grift is oh so apparent. She's trying to get that cash and she'll do anything.
I check out the THPP network. That's who we react to.
Anything to obtain it. An entertainer. She hasn't been popping since she's been on Wild and Out, but she's been on her podcast, Left, Right, Left, Reboot Motion, doing whatever it takes. I mean, we can run it down. She's had death by 1,000 cuts. Plagiarism, talking crap about Martin Luther King Jr.
What's more important, the fact that Martin Luther King is the man that fought for freedom or the fact that he was cheating on his wife?
He's great in all these other aspects. How are you a great leader, a great CEO, a great black man? You're not great. You're not great.
She talking shit about Martin Luther King because he cheated on his wife. Cut it out, bro.
Everybody knows her for being a single woman who wants a man so bad and wants a relationship so bad.
I had my dream career, I manifested it. I'm trying to manifest a husband.
He then was on a podcast with Nick Cannon.
Can't have 9 to 5.
What? Why not? You don't want a honest job?
I mean, he could be a hustling entrepreneur.
So you want him to be you want CEO status?
Yes.
Okay, he can't clock in and clock out.
No,
Damn,
I
you
am
know?
entrepreneur.
Fake Christianism, talking about I'd rather have $1 trillion than sit down with Jesus Christ. Come on now. If you got a chance to sit down with Jesus Christ, what do you think? Talking about I'm just gonna read the Bible. Lady, as you would love to say, you gotta tell the truth and shame the devil. It is what it is, but you're just trying to get over it. But when you're trying to get over, sometimes you get under scrutiny, and under that scrutiny, you fell apart. You dig?
She's now offended by that conversation, her whole base. She offended them in the worst way because everybody is saying, hold on now, this is seeming very secularish, this is seeming very worldly, and you claim to be on the side of this and, you know, steadfast and faith-based and all this kind of stuff. What is this conversation that you're talking about?
I'm taking the trillion and I'm going to my prayer room.
All it takes for you to come down to reality, B. Simone, is one wrong post. You are one viral video away, one internet canceling away from being back at Forever 21 selling.
Greetings, you polite savages, and welcome to another TED Talk. Ladies and gentlemen of polite savages, we are now about to embark on a journey sure to anger feminists and fake boss ladies alike. As always, we're only here to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as we see it. So there's nothing left to do but get on up into it. Are you ready? Well, let's go.
Well, White Savages, it doesn't seem like B. Simone is gonna get any sort of break, as all the social media and all the content creators are coming her way, calling her out for her BS, especially this new latest on her podcast, with her apology that just seems too fake.
I am rededicating this platform back to God. Let's this time try it again with Jesus. You done tried it with that Tried it with your mama, you done tried it with your crazy auntie, you done tried it with everybody. This time, let's try this again put Jesus in the mix. This time, let's try this again with Jesus.
Polite savages, lady polite savages, it seems like she's been caught up in so many lies that she's having a hard time keeping the facts straight. And time again, repeatedly, she's making the same mistakes, where everyone is having a field day.
I just don't understand, like, why are these sympathy? And now she got a I'm sorry video to the people that she hurt because nobody is buying what she's selling anymore.
Next comment says, girl has been apologizing for 3 years straight now. Next comment says, I think she should just be different. Don't apologize. Don't keep shape-shifting. Don't keep trying to figure out what sells. Just be better, do better. People will notice and just might respect her more. Next person says, she apologizes a lot for the same thing. Next person says, at this point, your apologies are on a subscription plan. Say something wild, apologize, renew next month. We get it, girl.
Speak from a place of brokenness. I had to do a lot of healing publicly on the mic. So I want to apologize if I've ever bled on the internet, if I've ever led somebody astray because of my opinion that wasn't aligned biblically, that wasn't aligned kingdomly, but that wasn't aligned with God. My words exuded brokenness, but now I am walking into victory. I basically want to repent publicly that if I've said anything on the mic that wasn't aligned with God's word, God's will, and what he wanted me to say in
Where y'all tapping in from? What city, state, province, country?
that moment, I apologize.
You know, just by the way she comes off, this is so, it's like borderline personality disorder.
Life will absolutely humble you. At this point, B. Simone's been apologizing every other month. Someone needs to tell sis the best apology is change behavior.
You in 1 minute, you out. You just kind of tone deaf. You don't know how to people read. You lack interpersonal communication skills. I feel like all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Now, polite savages, lady polite savages, we still have more evidence and clips to go through, showing that the many mistakes that B. Simone is making proves that her actions is of her own undoing.
And for her to sit on a platform and lie, talking about, oh, she went from $1 million to $10,000 a month. You never made $1 million a month, girl. I dare her to show her tax return. Fired.
Followers don't equate money, and you can be here one day and
That's a goddamn lie. Goddamn, Casanat got so many subscribers that he stopped streaming and he still get $360 some a month just off of streaming because of how many people that follows him. And yeah, so yeah, that's a goddamn lie. Shit.
the consumer is so episodic. One day they're like, oh, well, see, well, yesterday you loved it. At this point, I'm about to rebuy my book. I'm about to rebuy my book so I can manifest my husband. Whatever you want, you can manifest it. We can buy that. Book just restocked. We will sell out. Good luck.
I'm trying to manifest a husband, an entrepreneur, a graphic designer, selling t-shirts and all this other kind of stuff. But that very B. Simone has landed herself in a ton of hot water.
The reality is, she got canceled for this. Baby girl, manifest the life that you want. Now, all she did in this particular situation was she stole a lot of people's content and then put it directly in this book and sold it.
I literally can make a comment on a blog and I'll be like, plagiarist.
B. Simone is being accused of plagiarizing from smaller content creators. It got so bad, it's all over the Breakfast Club. They have side-by-side excerpts from B. Simone's book, from smaller bloggers, and it is word for word.
Copy my whole flow. Bar for bar. Oh, she stole that journal. She was going to be called out for taking people's ideas that were smaller than her and branding them bigger, okay, and making money off people doing it.
She still isn't taking full accountability for it today. And that's because people like B. Simone, who want to make it seem like they're getting the bag, like they have all this money and they can't date a 9-to-5 guy. or it's because you're scamming 24 hours a day. See, B. Simone is still scamming to this day, in my opinion. She's just doing it under the guise of Christianity. It's hard for her to fool people. Nobody believes her anymore, and you're still scamming.
She's being managed by someone with the name of Skittles. She's being managed by the Halloran brothers. She's not being managed by Marcus. She's not being managed by competent black male leadership. Why do you have 30-year-old media brand women being managed by women? Where are the men? You mean there are no black entrepreneurs, men who are capable of managing your career, Miss B. Simone? Do you think a Keith Henry, if B. Simone was submitted to a Keith Henry, she would have a manager called Skittles?
No.
Effective or not? Do you think who would be managing her career?
No.
If she had a Keith Henry as a husband?
No.
Hell no.
And you thought plagiarism was bad. Wait until you hear about this next, where she's monetizing the sudden demise and sad passing of her friend. Where it seems like, what the consensus says, that she was happily to make some extra back-end dividends for a tragic event.
She had a friend who was on Wild 'N Out by the name of Jackie O. Jackie O was doing mommy makeover surgery or tummy tuck, and while she was asleep, she ended up passing away. And, well, being the good friend that B. Simone is, she,
I saw this yesterday that B. Simone got called out for using her best friend for profit.
if you're not on my friends, or close friends rather, you're not going to see much of my life during this time. Close friends, I love you, thank you for being in a safe space. In other words, spend $10 a month while I'm over here mourning over Jackie O, and of course, you get to see that. Of course, if you pay the money, you'll get to see me crying over my friend as long as you pay.
That's what I felt like B. Simone had. You had lost your fucking mind. Everything is not monetizable. And the fact that you were in your close friends selling your friend's death, I'm like, girl, what are you doing?
Auntie.
Show me the non-black
cutting up over
analog
there.
of these chaotic situations. Show me the white female influencers who are out here running their careers into ditches at 30 years old.
Like I've said once, and I'll keep saying it again, the modern woman comes in all shapes, sizes, and forms, different creeds, philosophies, and ideologies. It doesn't matter if you're liberal, conservative, urban, or suburban, rich or poor, smart and dumb, these modern women are making the same poor choices, where at the end of the day, they're gonna be grifting, they're gonna be scamming, they're gonna be telling lies. It doesn't matter if you're black, yellow, brown, or white.
Switching sides.
This is my explanation as to why I quit OnlyFans. It's very predatory looking back, and also impressionable. I didn't know what I was doing and just letting him in, confessing my sins and accepting Jesus into my heart and into my life. When I was saved in that moment, like I said, I had a supernatural peace come over me.
Cap. Sound like Cap to me. That's Cap. That's Cap.
I had visions from him, how he saw me, how God sees me, and how he sees you, and how much he loves me, and how much he loves you. He loves us so much.
Cleaning house, out with the old and with the new, manifesting a new wardrobe. Allah. Mind you, we've been getting dreams, songs, angel numbers that came across our feed. And that's what happened to us in this situation.
What's up, y'all? So recently I deleted my own because I am a saved, born-again Christian, and I don't think God would...
No more OnlyFriends and living for money. He taught me what really matters in life. Delete my OnlyFriends account and turn back to God. Nala Ray. I am the Ahego Queen.
What is how's it pronounced?
Ahego.
Huh?
She said she I don't know what kind of queen, but it looked like it got something to do with the lower parts of a man.
Face, basically.
Lord have mercy. We're that type of modern woman, that archetype. Believes that the way for her to hide her past or erase her past with all of sin, since we're talking about this whole Christianity talk, is for her to rush to her nearest church and then get herself baptized.
Y'all hit the
in
like
hopes
button.
of getting a chance to get that one guy to tie her down, give her a ring, go slide in and complete the cycle of a born-again hoe hoping for eternal life in the afterlife.
Whoa, wait, show the tattoo to the camera right here.
It just says daddy. Yeah.
Is that her, daddy?
6 months later.
I got saved and got baptized and completely disregarded my past life, and now I'm living a full new life, new creature in Christ.
Grabbed the Bible. I was like, God, I need an answer now. And he gave me an answer.
And one of the ways men protect their women is by not allowing them to get in situations like this. So when I hear women talk about, I don't need no man, oh yeah, you need a man. Women who profess to be Christians at a rate of 70% in this country be living like feminists, uncovered and unprotected, out here on your own. I am woman, hear me roar. Cool, you're right. You got a woman mentions another woman. Ain't no men around, ain't no men in sight. This is what happens.
That's all I got for you, polite savages. Like and subscribe, hit us up on all social media networks. We found true happiness.
Y'all check out the THHPP network. We going to nightcap, y'all. Let me see what the hell they talking about. Uncle Ocho. See what Uncle Ocho talking about. Nightcap. That's what we're reacting to, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I'm letting it go through. Oh, let me play the commercial right quick. There's a couple y'all in here. Y'all get a preview to the commercial. Hold on. on, I'll be right back. Let's get out of this motherfucker. I don't know if they drank or what. Damn.
And I knew right from the start I was too much. I'm closer than you think to the stars. Nigga, look up. Don't need to act these hoes. I simply tell them that they hate
Alright, y'all, let me see what the hell this is. Snoop Dogg, Billionaire Bacon. I don't know about all that, but more suspicious deaths connected to Epstein. Oh, 6 more suspicious deaths connected to Epstein. We're going back to Trapmore Ross, y'all.
Folks, there have been a number of very suspicious, unexplained, and just highly suspect coincidental deaths connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I broke all of, or as many as I could find, at least at one period of time, down in this video, the many murders of Jeffrey Epstein that I just dropped on my main channel, Trapmore Ross. So go and check that out if you haven't had a chance. This is going to basically break down all of these crazy, dark theories of all these people who have died around Epstein in an unexpected way. It is extremely suspicious. But literally not more than 22 hours ago from having posted this video, okay, I've seen people commenting, I've seen people messaging me, they're letting me know and they're saying that, Ross, you missed a few bodies. There are several more murders that you didn't cover that basically should have been in this video that you missed, all right? And there's literally dozens of murders that I touched on in this video, but there are apparently more. So in this video, very quickly, I'm gonna fill in the blanks, I'm gonna fill in the gaps, I'm gonna let you know about a handful of other very suspicious Epstein deaths that passed me by, and I'm gonna correct the record not more than 24 hours later and basically let you guys know just how many more suspicious Epstein deaths are actually connected to this situation, okay? So let's start with perhaps the most suspicious of all. All right. Basically, Epstein's former mentor, Stephen Hoffenberg, would also die under very suspicious circumstances, and you're going to see what happened in this.
Police say they originally received a call about a welfare check last Saturday, but found that Hoffenberg no longer lived at that address. It wasn't until Tuesday of this week that they got an updated address, and that's when they found Hoffenberg's body. 77-year-old Stephen Hoffenberg, a convicted Ponzi schemer and mentor to Jeffrey Epstein, found dead in his Derby home this week. Police say a woman from out of state who identified.
So that's one. They found him and he was a Ponzi scheme person. I don't know. I guess he probably wasn't convicted yet. They probably just figured out he had a Ponzi scheme.
Herself as a sexual abuse victim of Epstein.
Because I don't know if y'all know, I forget the guy up there in New York, but he had a Ponzi scheme, and it was so bad that when he went to jail, his son unalived himself.
Friend of Hoffenberg's called asking them to do a welfare check.
She hadn't heard from him in a couple days, and she thought it was irregular because she heard from him every day.
When officers arrived at his home on Mount Pleasant Street, they found his body, which police say was heavily decomposed. They believed he had been deceased for approximately 7 to 9 days. According to
They killed that boy at Mount Pleasant. They killed that boy at Mount Pleasant.
the medical examiner's office and police, there were no signs of trauma and no signs of foul
If you
play.
from Charleston, you know
Nothing
me.
at all. We'll do a timeline sort of follow up just to kind of get, who was the last person to see him alive and so forth. But, it's pretty much routine from there.
Hoffenberg was sentenced to 20 years in prison in 1997 after admitting to scamming thousands of investors out of $460 million. He was released in 2013. Hoffenberg claimed Epstein was behind the Ponzi scheme, but he was never charged. Epstein worked for Hoffenberg's company at the time officials said the scheme began. Neighbors said they had no idea that was who was living in the multifamily home, and that Hoffenberg often kept to himself.
I just, as a rule, I say hi to people. And he would nod his head, but you could tell he did not want to chit-chat.
And police say they had never been called there or had any issues with him.
We had no records of him at all internally as any involvement with the police department.
The medical examiner's office still has to do a toxicology report and has not yet released his cause of death. In Derby, Gabby Molina, Fox 61 News. Police.
So they're saying that this guy, he was running a Ponzi scheme for Jeffrey Epstein. Nothing to see here. A lot of BS. He was killed. Nothing suspicious. Yeah, right. They think we're stupid. This is just getting crazier. He was Epstein, cleaning up the loose ends. This was in 2022. Ironically, it's the very same day that Lil Durk's murder for hire actually took place, I believe. Or was it a few days before that? Anyway, this is insanity, right? What the hell are we doing here? There's more and more and more. Okay, there's more and more and more. Now, ironically, it seems to be a lot of these finance guys that are ending up deceased following their connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, another very suspicious incident would fall upon the shoulders of a former Deutsche Bank executive, Thomas Bowers. Okay, former Deutsche Bank exec connected to Trump loans dies by self-deletion in Malibu. It's too many self-deletions of people that you would never expect to fit the profile of a self-deletion. Thomas Bowers worked above Trump's personal banker, was 55, all right? A former Deutsche Bank executive who reportedly signed off on some of the institution's unorthodox loans to Donald Trump, offed himself in his Malibu home on November the 19th. Thomas Bowers, the one-time head of Deutsche Bank's American Wealth Management Division, where he oversaw Trump's private banker, committed a self-deletion and he was hung. According to the LA County Medical Examiner's Office, he was 55. Trump's relationship with Deutsche Bank, which lent him around $2 billion after most other institutions had full faith in him for his history of defaults and bankruptcies, has come under investigation by 2 congressional committees and the New York Attorney General, who are hoping the bank can shed light on some of Trump's elusive finances. At one point, Bowers had a close connection to those finances. Rosemary T. Vrablich, a managing director at Deutsche Bank who became Trump's private banker in 2010 after being introduced to her client, Jared Kushner, reported directly to Bowers. Vrablich reportedly helped Trump secure loans from her bank, which Bowers approved, including more than $100 million to buy his Doral resort in Miami, even after Trump and Deutsche had to settle messy litigation over a Chicago loan that went bad. Rosemary is widely recognized as one of the top private bankers to the U.S. ultra-high net worth community, Bowers said in a press release when Deutsche Bank hired her in 2006. Bowers hasn't been employed by Deutsche since at least 2015 when he joined Starwood Capital Group as COO and was then appointed to the board of directors of Opus Bank in 2016. Bowers isn't the first Trump-connected Deutsche exec to commit themselves to the nether regions. In 2014, Deutsche's derivatives analyst William S. Brockschmidt, who reportedly had links to Trump and Russia, would off himself with a dog leash at his home in London. And that's all the information that they've got on us, right? Now, that's very interesting, okay? Also interesting on top of that, okay, New York Times business investigations editor David Enrich, who actually wrote a book exposing Trump's connections to Deutsche Bank, would actually state that Bowers was not linked to Epstein. So there was reports that he was linked, then there was saying that he wasn't linked. It said there are a lot of rumors about Tom Bowers, the former Deutsche Bank executive who died last month, including that he was Jeffrey Epstein's banker. This isn't true. Bowers left Deutsche Bank before Epstein became a client. Bowers was shocked when I told him in July that Deutsche Bank had backed Epstein. Okay, didn't mention anything about the connections to Trump, but hey, we're gonna just skate on past that. Okay, now there would be more. Okay, in 2016. Marvin Minsky, who was also accused by Virginia Giuffre, one of the most high-profile, if not the most high-profile victim of Epstein, Prince Andrew, etc., he would die in 2016, years before his name would even publicly be linked to Jeffrey Epstein. So this would basically go around. Pioneering computer scientist Marvin Minsky dies at 88. Marvin Minsky, the pioneering mathematician and computer scientist whose contributions to artificial intelligence rank him among the leaders in the field, has died, MIT confirmed Tuesday. He was 88. The cause of death Sunday was a cerebral hemorrhage, according to MIT. The founder of MIT's AI laboratory and author of the influential books The Society of Mind and The Emotion Machine, Minsky is widely credited as one of the fathers of artificial intelligence, whose influence extended to the varied fields of optics, computer languages, robotics, and psychology. Marvin Minsky helped create the vision of artificial intelligence as we know it today. Daniela Russ, director of computer science and AI labs at MIT, said in a statement, "The challenges he defined are still driving our quest for intelligent machines and inspiring researchers to push the boundaries in computer science." Another interesting person who would later be connected to Epstein would check out. Okay. One of the people that probably was a real thorn in Epstein's side that ended up passing away would also take place in 2022. Investigative journalist John Connolly, who apparently extensively investigated Epstein while he was alive, he would also pass away. Okay. Again, a lot of these guys are old. Maybe there's good reason. Maybe they're checking out because they're old. But it's just anyone connected to Epstein, these files, Trump, any of these things, they just check out. It's very, very spooky. It says John Connolly, a journalist who investigated Jeffrey Epstein, dead at 78. He was a journalist and former NYPD detective. He interviewed numerous celebrities in his storied career. Hard-hitting investigative journalist and former NYPD detective John Connolly passed away Saturday at 78. The cop-turned-scribe was known among media insiders for his unending Rolodex and unique ability to mix among Hollywood execs and stars, Wall Street rainmakers, polls, police, and wise guys alike. Connolly was a co-author with James Patterson of the 2017 book Filthy Rich, the shocking true story of Jeffrey Epstein, the billionaire's scandal, which was turned into a Netflix series. He was also a contributor during his career to magazines including Spy, Vanity Fair, Premiere, US Weekly, Radar, and New York, and he penned prominent pieces on Steven Seagal, Ivy Fleiss, Donald Trump, Michael Jackson, Arnold Schwarzenegger, among others. And he would also appear in the documentary Who Killed Jeffrey Epstein for Investigation Discovery. Connolly told the Post in 2020 of his findings on Epstein over the years. Like all good grifters, he had ways of moving people in directions where they shouldn't go. Once they did, they were screwed. And he said, as an author, Connolly had been working on a new book on infamous LA private eye Anthony.
Well, come on right back, y'all got like a little.
Pelicano was released on June 19th from federal prison after 16 years behind bars for wiretapping and racketeering. Before Pelicano was incarcerated, he worked for some of Hollywood's biggest names, including the late Paramount studio boss Brad Gray, former CIA power agent Michael Ovitz, and the king of pop himself, Michael Jackson. The Power report that when Pelicano once confronted Connolly, the tough-as-nails author with a wry wit told him, meet me at famed bookstore Book Soup in LA, bring your Spalding, I'll bring my Louisville Slugger. Connolly's longtime partner, music industry veteran Dorothy Carvello, confirmed to the Post Connolly had passed after a brief illness, and there would be a memorial service in spring. Everybody that knows a lot about Epstein just checks out. That's just what's going on. Okay, that is just what's going on. Yes, he's 78, he's an older guy, okay, but it's just all the people with the knowledge inside their head that we need. They just check out. They just disappear. Another one, September 2022, Kenneth Starr, one of the attorneys who helped Epstein win his West Palm Beach case in 2008 and secured him a sweetheart deal. Ken Starr, who turned a blind eye to R-word and defended a trafficker, dead at 76. The right-wing lawyer known for probing Bill Clinton's affair, mishandling SA cases at Baylor, and helping Jeffrey Epstein secure a sweetheart deal. Kenneth Starr, the lawyer known for investigating Bill Clinton's affair with Monica Lewinsky, mishandling SA cases as the president of Baylor University, and helping Jeffrey Epstein secure a sweetheart deal, died Tuesday, September the 13th. He was 76. He's checked out. Another one. Starr's family confirmed his death, saying he died from complications from surgery at St. Luke's Medical Center in Houston, Texas. Starr was a stalwart conservative foot soldier throughout his career. He started as a lawyer and was nominated by Ronald Reagan to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals in 1986, a post he maintained for about 6 years before resigning. George H.W. Bush later appointed him as Solicitor General, and he was even briefly in the running to fill a Supreme Court vacancy later taken by David Souter. Though always lurking around the right wing, Starr really started to rise to prominence in the mid-90s when he was tapped to investigate Bill and Hillary Clinton's alleged involvement in an Arkansas real estate project. Neither Clinton was prosecuted, but Starr's probe expanded to include an investigation into Paula Jones' claims of essay against Bill Clinton, as well as Clinton's affair with Lewinsky. The Starr report, released in September 1998, claimed that Clinton lied about his affair with Lewinsky and cited obstruction of justice, perjury, abuse of power, and more reasons for impeaching Clinton. The report led to Clinton's impeachment in the House of Representatives, but he was acquitted of all counts in the Senate. After making a name for himself investigating Clinton's sexual impropriety, Starr returned to his career as a lawyer and found himself involved in a handful of prominent cases. He successfully represented the Juneau, Alaska School Board and principal that suspended a student for unfurling a bomb hits Jesus sign as the Olympic torch passed through the city. That's insane. That is insane. He failed to secure constitutional immunity for the mercenary firm Blackwater after its contractors slaughtered 4 unarmed civilians in Fallujah. He also failed to uphold Prop 8 in California, the ballot measure banning same-sex marriage that was later overturned in the courts. Despite being busy defending opponents of same-sex marriage and private military contractors, Starr found plenty of ways to return to the world of sexual impropriety. With his plethora of connections to George W. Bush's administrations, Starr joined Jeffrey Epstein's legal team and played a crucial part in pressuring the Justice Department to drop its trafficking case against the billionaire. For his efforts, Starr helped his client secure the infamous sweetheart deal that landed him in prison for just 18 months and effectively ensured him immunity from future prosecution. Epstein wasn't the only alleged child diddler that Starr helped either. In 2013, he wrote a letter of support for Christopher Clonan just before he was sentenced to 43 years in prison for doing bad things to 5 girls while teaching at Greeley Potomac School in the 60s and 70s. This guy is representing the evils, all right? 3 years after that, Starr resigned as Chancellor of Baylor University and professor at his law school, not long after being removed from his post as president. The reason? The investigation found Starr and other administrators mishandled numerous accusations of SA, including multiple R allegations against these schools' football players. For his final act, the man who made a name for himself trying to take down one president tried to help another stave off the same fate. First, as a TV talking head, he argued against impeaching Donald Trump over the Mueller report, claiming that it would be bad for the country. Starr later joined Trump's
Rolls Royce
when
truck,
he was impeached the first
Lamborghini
time
Aventador,
obstruction of justice after he allegedly tried to pressure the Ukrainian government to investigate
Rolls Royce truck,
Biden. Okay, more lawyers,
Lamborghini
more
Aventador
to Epstein and that other guy, all right, would also get in trouble. So, all the way to 2025 now. Prominent criminal defense attorney Roy Black, known for representing Jeffrey Epstein, he would also pass away at 80, to be fair. These guys are old guys, okay, maybe this is natural, but what's everybody doing just dying? Come on.
Well, the South Florida legal community is mourning the loss of a legendary defense attorney.
Roy Black was a nationally recognized criminal and civil defense attorney. He handled some of the most high-profile cases in the country, often getting his clients cleared of very serious charges.
Black died at the age of 80 at his home in Coral Gables. CBC's Marcelo Rodriguez takes a look back at his very stellar legal career.
Very few lawyers know how to work a courtroom the way Roy Black did. Whether it was in front of a judge or a jury, Black was a masterful advocate for his clients, both in criminal and civil cases. Ed Shohat is a Miami defense lawyer who handled many cases with Roy Black.
Well, Roy had some unique qualities as a trial lawyer that are hard to duplicate.
Shohat said Black was a quick study, remembering the smallest details about complex cases. He said Black could address a jury like few attorneys can, coming off intelligent, even professorial, while at the same time staying down to earth and approachable, even likable.
He was once down to earth, and at the same time, he came across as someone who was trying to teach the jury the case, not simply try the case, represent the client, to get information out the jurors.
In 1991, Black represented William Kennedy Smith, a Kennedy cousin found not guilty of rape charges. It was during that trial that Black met his future wife, Leah, who was a member of the jury. Other high-profile cases include the William Lozano police shooting that led to riots in Overtown, the tax evasion trial of race car driver Elio Castroneves, accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's case, and the DUI case against singer Justin Bieber. While Black didn't win all his cases, he never lost his cool.
But he never raised his voice in the courtroom. He was very even-keeled, and I admired that about him as well.
Roy Black is survived by his wife Leah, his son RJ, and his daughter Nora. Funeral arrangements are still pending, and guys, I saw him operate in court, just a one-of-a-kind attorney. Smooth out.
So, people saying how convenient, timely. Of course, one less to testify, very, very convenient. I certainly hope this wasn't Shalane's only insurance policy or she's in serious danger. People saying he was murdered, he was Epstein. Consider Shalane warned. Okay, it is crazy. With Roy Black gone, coincidence or otherwise, there's less pushback to complicate Maxwell's testimony. She's in a position where cooperating with the DOJ's narrative could mean a life sentence or even protection. This is how power operates and is currently a win for Trump and the DOJ. I have no dog in this fight, I'm simply an observer. Let's see how it all unfolds. Let's see, indeed. Some people saying somebody might have made a call, but the Miami Herald, okay, the same outlet that actually exposed Epstein's 2008 plea deal and broke the Epstein case wide open in 2018 with its Perversion of Justice series, they would report that they don't believe that the death is linked to Jeffrey Epstein. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little switcheroo, and I'm going to show you here exactly what was said. So basically, this is their article. They said Roy Black's death is not linked to the Epstein scandal, his family says. And so it says here, when major news media reported on Tuesday about the death of renowned Miami criminal defense attorney Roy Black, many outlets highlighted that he was a member of financier Jeffrey Epstein's prominent legal team in his SA case. Well, it was only a matter of minutes, if not seconds, that the conspiracy theorists began spewing on social media about the suspicious link between Black's death and the resurging Epstein scandal that is engulfing President Donald Trump, the White House, and the Department of Justice. Viral posts would claim that Black's death was no coincidence, calling it another piece removed from the board. The reality is, Black had been fighting an undisclosed terminal illness before he died at his Coral Gables home on Monday at
Might
80.
even go to 4, y'all. We already at 3 now. Might go to 4.
Roy was courageously battling a life-threatening illness for many months, requiring aggressive treatments, which ultimately led to dehydration and renal failure, they said in a statement provided on Wednesday to the Miami Herald. The coincidental timing of Black's death would thrust the legal legend into the Epstein cauldron, stirred up by right-wingers and MAGA constituents who have widely condemned the Justice Department, along with Trump, for not disclosing the full record of the federal government's edge trafficking case against the New York and Palm Beach billionaire, as had been repeatedly promised by the president when he was campaigning for his second term. Back in 2007, Black was a member of Epstein's all-star criminal defense team that included top lawyers from South Florida, Washington, and New York, including Kenneth Starr, Alan Dershowitz, and Gerald Lefcourt, and Black was going to be the lead, according to Martin G. Weinberg, a Boston defense lawyer who was also on the team. Roy was selected by Epstein as his potential trial attorney, Weinberg said, adding that he would have been the cornerstone of the defense team if the criminal case went to trial, but he noted that while Black was involved in Epstein's defense strategy, he never played the lead role as his trial attorney because the case was resolved through a plea agreement in South Florida. In 2008, Epstein pleaded guilty on state charges to soliciting teenagers at his Palm Beach mansion and served about 1 year in jail after U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta chose not to present a 53-page indictment to the grand jury, alleging the more serious federal charges of edge trafficking dozens of young'uns. If convicted, those charges would have carried a potential punishment ranging from a mandatory 10 years in prison up to a life sentence. Epstein's victims called it a sweetheart plea deal that allowed him to go to work or do whatever he wanted for 6 days out of every week. The deal also shut down an FBI probe into whether there were more victims and other powerful people who took part in Epstein's S crimes. Records show that Black was not among the lawyers who attended Epstein's plea and sentencing hearing in June 2008 in West Palm Beach Circuit Court. Also, his signature was not among the lawyers who signed Epstein's non-prosecution agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Miami in September 2007. Acosta's non-prosecution agreement was initially kept secret from Epstein's victims. The agreement also immunized several of his co-conspirators from federal prosecution. The Herald's investigation of the secretive plea deal, part of its Preservation of Justice series, by the Herald investigative reporter Julie K. Brown, led to Acosta resigning as U.S. Secretary of Labor in 2009 during the first Trump administration. In July 2019, Epstein was indicted on the edge trafficking charges by federal prosecutors in New York City, but he would check out at 66 in his jail cell following the month before he could face trial, authorities said. Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was later indicted by New York prosecutors on federal charges of recruiting young'uns for the billionaire at his homes in Manhattan, Palm Beach, New Mexico, and the Virgin Islands. Maxwell was found guilty in New York of federal court of conspiracy and edge trafficking charges and sentenced to 20 years. Okay, so basically now this is sort of rehashing stuff about Pam Bondi changing her story at Epstein, the list sitting on her desk, yada, yada, yada. But look, it's another very suspicious death. I personally do think that, you could definitely make an argument that these guys are older, they're checking out naturally, just so happy.
Yeah, because all of them was up at age now. Ain't like
I
they
don't
was
know.
young.
It's a little bit too
But
convenient.
yet
Always
still,
the
all
guys-
of them passed away. Come on, bitch.
Always the guys that know the most that just seriously check out.
Come on.
Okay, so I want to run.
I'm very suspicious, right? Let me know what you thought of this video. Let me know what you thought of these theories. Do you feel like these are just all coincidences? There's not really been allegations of foul play in these incidents, but also it's just a little bit too perfect. I personally am still very suspicious. Now, if you want to know more about some of this,
Here's the secret trick to create a music video. Using your face and voice. The app is called Mozart AI.
You can record voice sample. You can analyze your voice. You pick the song you wanna play and upload your phone. Mozart AI.
Create your
music video in seconds. It's amazing.
You have to try it. What's the secret trick to create a music
video?
Using your face and
voice. The app is called Mozart AI. You can record voice simple, so it analyzes your voice. You pick a song you wanna cover and upload your photo. That's it. Mozart AI. Create your views and videos, texts. It's amazing. You have to try it. Hey, that's my favorite commercial, y'all. So I had to play that shit. Hold on.
You can check that out now. And today is my challenge, my personal challenge. I'm trying my best to drop 10 videos today. Okay, this is technically the second because I did one yesterday that it couldn't post, and I have just posted that now. Censored this video. Hopefully, it doesn't have the same issue. I don't think that's anything too crazy. But I'm winding out today. I'm trying to do 10 videos today. We locked the frick in, right? I just want to.
That boy try to do 10 videos in one day. I respect it, bro. I respect it, big dog. We're gonna fuck with we about to do Fantastic Hip Hop. We'll probably be out after. I'll go out after that. We'll be about another hour, y'all. About another hour.
Now, when it comes to Drake, I don't think I have ever made a video in my life that the fans are gonna hate more. So before we go any further into this, if you don't like Drake, leave a like. And if you are happy Iceman is getting cooked, clipped up, and canceled, leave a like. And if you are about to be more upset than ever, also go ahead and leave a like. And well, right now, even worse than what we've been talking about before this, when it comes to Drake's Iceman album and rollout, I got news for you. And for some of you, this may make you even happier than I am. So really, just brace yourselves for this. Be ready. But I can confirm 100% that right now, it's over. Iceman has really melted. The album is canceled and it is pushed back to a date that does not exist. Which now with this, while we already have speculated on this and it looks like it has been going this way, we really do know 110% for sure that Drake does not have any plans for the album's release and can confirm this. Because not just has Drake done nothing new musically for quite a while.
Man, that Baby King album for Drake release up, bro. Man, everybody listening to Baby King right now. Ain't nobody listening to motherfucking Drake.
Now, we definitely did not get new Drake music last week, but for our insider sources who have been letting us know all the biggest music news and drops that have been coming this entire year, moment by moment, they also went ahead and let us know after they were the ones who got word and plans that Drake was getting ready to drop and continue the rollout last week in the first place, that all of that was scrapped. It was no longer going to happen anymore, and instead, Drake went ghost, and well, they put out these following statements, which let's just take a read at. Iceman is now being finished for the 4th time. No information on episode 4 or a release date as of now. Updates will roll in as we receive. And then it also said, Drake delayed, 1,000% confident in our source. You guys were supposed to get something a couple of days ago. That has since been delayed. And with that,
Baby King dropped at the right time to fuck the whole rollout up. Like, yeah. And everybody talking about Baby King right now.
I always love anything related to Drake and his failure, specifically when it involves the one thing that these people apparently are all fans of in music. Because with something like this, while the loser Drake fans are now trying to say that this guy is a liar, and he set up Drake, and they have been fighting with him non-stop despite him having an almost 100% right track record on every single thing they have predicted since the start of this very fun year in hip-hop. Well, of course, you know the Drake way. If you don't support Drake or make him look flattering, you are wrong, crazy, and delusional. And I mean, when we go back and remember the sentiments and ideas that other people like DJ Academic said in terms of the amount of times that Drake worked on different versions, ideas, and iterations of Iceman, this is now giving me confirmation to what I was saying based on that, which is that Iceman is now in its 4th.
Iceman about to melt. Iceman about to be in the trash can. It's like ice you drop on the ground. You know, you take the ice pack out and you drop it on the ground. I mean, you put some of the ice in the shit, but if some of the ice drop and hit the floor, you take that, you throw that in the sink. That's Drake Iceman.
4th version. And which I guess is
Saint
telling us that
Ice.
Drake has now spent more time on this piece of
Flow
musical
Saint
slop
Ice.
than he ever has. Because never before have we seen Drake take enough time to make not one, not two, not three, but 4 versions of a single album. And while for most artists, if they were taking this long and they were at this level and they had the history that they do in terms of name recognition, on a certain level of an auteur, you would believe that they are making their best album ever, they are making a masterpiece, and they are doing something incredibly significant. For Drake, is usually just throws together whatever batch of 20 songs sound the trendiest and calls it an album and puts out that piece of slop for everybody to listen to. With Drake pushing and pulling back everything again, this is a sign of just having the utmost lack of confidence in what you are doing. It's really revealing so much, which now on that note, it's time for the uncomfortable part if you like Drake. And so what I will say is that if you haven't already, leave a like because the stands are about to be mad if they are still sitting around, because everything only gets more weird and more embarrassing for the fate of the Iceman world. Because remember when we talked about Drake getting hacked and not being able to put out Iceman because leakers got a hold of it and they were trying to extort Drake in exchange for them to not keep dropping music from it? Well, I'm not going to drag this one out. That was a lie. And not a total lie. I guess I can say that to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. But what's happening here is that Drake and his crew are trying to pull a my dog, ate my homework situation on us. There is no way at this point that academics would tell us this story, hype up the drama, and make it sound like Drake is furious over this battle that he is in with leakers. And then think about this for a second. First off, Academics is the guy who previewed half of the leak. So Academics is not this hacker who is in this extortion standoff with Drake. And then think about the other leaks that surfaced on the internet. While there is a decent amount of them, they sounded pretty bland, derivative, and uninspired, even to the point where you could say that some of them were probably in the demo phase. And so between the actual quality and content of the songs, and then just with the fact that with everything that's leaked, there's nowhere near enough of them in terms of the quantity to delay and ruin an entire album, especially when the word that is going around right now is, well,
There was rumor. Casino, he rolled the craps, beat Drake.
You're not going to like this. That Iceman is going to be a very, very long musical body of work, maybe even a double disc. Overall, when you check into reality and see what actually was happening and see the situation at hand, but then see the way Drake pushed this back and the narrative they are trying to feed us, this is an excuse. This is a lie, and this is a game. Which, I mean, the fact that the supposed king of the genre, or the person who people think is on top or is one of the best of all time, has to literally lie like he is trying to get out of doing a group project to not commit to his own word is what he has to do and are the steps he needs to take. This guy is so pathetic. It's insane that we have let him in this genre for so long. It's genuinely ludicrous. And honestly, with all of these games for Drake, that's just it. These are games and ways to try and push back and ultimately cover up for Drake what he knows is the inevitable, which is going to be him having to release the most important project of his career, where, and this is the concerning part, that he clearly does not have confidence in and probably thinks this thing is a failure, which is really concerning, as after all of the time you've taken, if you can't even come up with a few songs that you are proud of, what are we even doing here? With us knowing that Drake is actively trying to find ways to get out of releasing Iceman and to keep giving himself more and more time. What I have to say is that after seeing Drake consistently act like he has a plan, a strategy, he was 100% thought through every detail of his rollout. That's what all of the stories and cryptic teasing was trying to trick people into believing. After just seeing the way you guys have been disappointed so much, I almost do want to feel bad for you, but you are Drake fans. You've chosen to stay around for this long, so I'm not. But on a serious level, I have to ask, do you even believe in Drake anymore? Because I probably think that you don't. Because again, while you'll never admit it, you have to be embarrassed to have been dragged along by this guy for so long and thought that this album was going to make it all worth it, the plan that he teased was going to make it all worth it, and that the almost vision statement you were promised of getting revenge on every single person who you felt did you wrong, well, was going to make this more than worth it. But as you are seeing in reality, that what you have bought into is going to give you at the best level social media posts and story updates, You can't sit here and ever try to seriously compare this guy to Kendrick Lamar or any respected figure in hip hop because when the pressure was never higher for every single one of rap's greats, they leaned into the music more, they found themselves more, and ultimately most of them gave us some of their best, if not their best work at the lowest points in their career, and that started a new golden age for them. That really showed their resilience as a creative and a competitor and their ability to overcome everything and really find their true calling in the midst of the pressure that they never saw anything like. But for Drake, the only thing we're learning at this time is that he can find more ways to try and be an influencer, try to act like he is half of his age, and just continuously lie about why an album isn't dropping over and over again. And when I just see that, what I really do think about Iceman is that we are at a point where this thing has been dragged out for so long, and yet there is nothing going on with it whatsoever. That the bar is so low to me that honestly, I would be surprised in a good way, I guess you could say, if this album was not the worst flop of Drake's career, and it was not the worst album he has ever made. Because even with SSS For You, it seemed like Drake had some sort of a vision and idea for what he was trying to do there, and that's why the record did kind of come out in a timely manner compared to when Beef ended, and that seems to be why for Iceman, he is still not dropping. I mean, this is the guy that went from saying drop, 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 and dropped almost a single new album at least every year since 2009. And now we've got academics out in the corner trying to act like there is some fake situation going on that is holding everything back from coming sooner. I have just never seen something as pathetic as what we are going through right here, which now this is the crazy part. What happens with Drake is that these things kind of come in waves, where one thing and one failure of a moment will contribute to the next. And that's what we are kind of seeing now, because with all of this rage and with the boredom that these people have because they are not getting their favorite artist's new music after being promised it for multiple years, well, they got a lot of pent-up aggression and extending the madness and chaos that we have seen in this moment and where it is really shown how bad this all is and how bad this fandom all is. Well, all comes from one of the saddest things that I have ever seen. These people are really showing what Drake leadership does to entire groups at their lowest points, and what not getting any music despite being promised and teased it over and over again is turned a fandom into. And what I am talking about and what shows how rotten the Drake stans have really become, and it's come right alongside the failure and collapse of Iceman, is honestly something that after seeing it, I hope Drake never drops Iceman, because they don't deserve this thing, and they don't deserve any new music, as they've really acted in a way that solidifies so much about what people have been saying about them. And they are showing how set.
Bro, said they don't deserve no new music. He said he hope Iceman don't even drop. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna give it a listen just to see what it do, but that's it, bro. I'm not gonna be,
Come, because from some of the stuff that we have seen, two leading thought leaders in the Drake community saying this. Well, right now, I'm just going to leave this piece of discourse up for another second to show that this is not just one person, but this is an entire stan base-wide thing. And so get ready, leave a like, and we just got to step into all of this right now because it has went way too far. And now what I am talking about, well, is I'm sure as many of you heard, the Rihanna situation. Something absolutely terrible happened that fortunately for Rihanna, A$AP Rocky, and their family, who were all present at their home, was not worse. Everyone was okay. That is the best part about this. But with that said, a crazy person, there is no other way to try and put it. Well, for those who don't know, went to their house and tried to do the most insane thing you possibly could. I am sure you have seen the story. We can't really get much into the specifics here in terms of getting into the details, but if you don't know, what she did was bad enough that she has a $10 million bail set on her head. It's over for this girl. But where things get even weirder, and where this story now goes from a one-off thing that honestly I wasn't going to speak about to something that is connected to, well, Drake and his pathetic group of stans and the ideas, rhetoric, and behavior that they love to promote over and over again, well, honestly came from what started over the business posted, shout out to them, which you can now see on your screen right here. They found the crazy person who did this thing and did some digging and did some searching around, and what we have found out is that with this woman whose name is Ivana Ortiz and is from Florida and the Orlando area, and keep in mind she went to Rihanna all the way out in LA. Well, with this person who is deeply disturbed.
That's what I was
most
trying to
recent
figure
month
out.
of
So because I'm thinking Rihanna had a house in Florida. That's what I was thinking. That she went all the way to California to do this shit. Damn, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy as fuck. I mean, like, yeah, you on some goofy. You went to a whole nother coast to shoot at Rihanna, shot it like that. Now that right there, bro. I could see if maybe she was in what they call it. I could see if she might have been in in LA, but what the fuck? Yeah, that's some weird shit right there, bro. Hold on, let me see something, y'all. This shit, I know this shit gonna be loud. Give me a second, y'all. Might have to cut it off ASAP.
Cafe. Indigo Sky. Yeah.
Oh, that's one of my people doing that one. I gotta put that in the joint and chop it up. Let me see. Yeah, let me put that in the speech shot. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me see. 2 song. Give me a second, y'all. Damn. I got his damn drop on him. Wow. Hold on, y'all. I gotta put my partner on here. He did a drop for me. So I know I can't do that one. Let me see. I don't know why it look like that. But anyway. That shit's crazy, bro. Like, audio track, what? I don't know what just happened, y'all. We fucked the whole intro up. Save no. My bad, y'all. I gotta keep playing the video. I'm sorry. It's almost 5 in the motherfucking morning, bro. I'm still up
posting on social media.
That's how you know I rock
right on her pages. It took no time to find this at all. It's been discovered that she is a Drake fan and she is using Drake to lift up her anti-Rihanna hate and rhetoric. And this is where the problem started, and this is where things get messy. And we do have more confirmation that this woman was a real Drake fan, which we will show later. That's not necessarily the point yet. As well, right now, before we got to even that point where she got exposed more and the Drake stands had to try and figure out a way to go on from this, and they picked the worst option possible. Before that, just with this user pointing out that the woman who did this like Drake and was using Drake as a surrogate to diss Rihanna, well, I'm going to show you how some of the leading
oh my God, so they say she was a Drake fan?
To Drake,
Man, cut it out,
just
bro.
Being a fan for all we know.
Oh
and this is what these losers have done. They attacked the user who posted this for reporting and telling the truth. And they have been running around like a bunch of babies, yelling and defending Drake and their community, while they are giving this person so much hate. I mean, seriously, just look at these things. From taunting the user as a whole to trying to act like they pulled their file and they got all this information and trying to really just gaslight everybody into believing other narratives to try and divert from the original point altogether.
Did you know it costs 3 times more getting to and from the bus stop than the actual bus ticket? Unless you're bothering a friend.
Together? Well, one of the things I want to just talk about here and really make an emphasis of is with this whole thing that starts from stan culture, and we are seeing some of the worst results and products of it right here with this woman, Ivana Martinez, and what she did to Rihanna. I think one thing everybody needs to do better, especially the loser Drake stans, although they probably are not going to listen and they probably never will, is just to stop always running and trying to make these things gotcha moments, and again, not even having any consideration or care for the real problem at hand, and focusing on turning this into a gotcha moment or defending your favorite artist. Again, I wasn't going to talk about this because this really is a whole other thing, but the Drake stands, you made us have to address this, and you made me have to call out how whacked out you guys are. As really now, for the Drake stan community, all you had to do was one thing. Before you got to running around like a bunch of babies and yelling and defending Drake and the community, that what do you even stand for anymore? Do you guys even like music? Well, again, just do this exercise with me. If you were in a situation like this and a person who did something as insane as we saw Ivana Martinez did may have been related to your fandom, what would you do? Would you take option A and just say, wow, this is absolutely crazy, this stan is absolutely crazy, and we don't support what they did, and I guess artist-fan beef aside, we hope Rihanna and everyone around her is okay? Or do you think they took the second option?
Man, this shit like the damn Illuminati, bro.
What? Did not. I make this about how they hate Kendrick Lamar, Rihanna, A$AP Rocky, how these people deserved it, how it's a part of the Iceman role, and whatever other conspiracy slot that you want to say, and make sure no matter what, we don't address the real problem. What do you think the Drake stans picked? Which, seriously, take a second, and I'm sure a lot of you guessed it. It was the second option. They would never pick the smart, normal, and human choice, as well some people were saying. The very rhetoric that we have seen Ivana Martinez in some videos that have come out speak about and just talk in terms of having these weird parasocial artist relationships, it has unfortunately represented a lot of stan culture and has even sounded like some certain fan pages in the Drake community. I won't mention names because I don't want to deal with that today, but if you are adept enough, you actually probably could pinpoint this to direct users. It's that bad. And so with the Drake stans managing to use something as scary as this, to add another chapter in their book of how to have the biggest victim mentality of all time. I mean, again, I'm really going to display some of the stuff that these people are seriously saying and doing in retaliation to this person being called out and caught as a Drake fan, maybe a stan. And I mean, I don't know how else to put it, it's aggressively pathetic. I can't believe that we have reached a point where these people somehow freaked out and had a stan-based wide crash out over something that they could have tried to walk themselves back on, and since they are taking it here, over something that they could have tried to just walk back. They didn't have to stand in this, and yet they are. Since they have taken it here, I'm going to take that further. That's something that they definitely don't want to do. And specifically what I will point out right here is, well, now this. While there has been a discussion around if this person who did this is actually a Drake stan in the first place and the consequences of what that could have meant and what could have driven her to do something this insane. Well, after some more digging that started after the first thing was exposed, we did find out what you can see right here. The user had more posts about Drake on other social media pages that were taken down, and she followed not just Drake, which is a common thing to do, the guy had a lot of followers, but on platforms where she could listen to music, she followed stan pages and pages that would have shown that you are in the Drake lore, you're in the Drake verse, and you're into his music. And this information has made people really emotional. This has really made everything worse for the Drake stans, not in terms of how they feel about anything, but how they have reacted, as they have just lashed out more and more like a bunch of man babies. And this is really why they have been so aggressive. This looks really bad, and it seemingly made them as defensive as they have been, as ever since this dropped, they only got weirder and weirder in terms of just trying to gaslight everybody into thinking about something else. And just with the reaction, especially after seeing that this person, again, while most fans are not like this, they were a fan of Drake and then also seemingly a fan of Nicki Minaj apparently as well. She had some other weird videos that surfaced and she said some very odd things about Cardi B in them. I think gathering all of this, I think it's time that we realize what stan culture has done to the worst people and what the worst artists have done to their stans. As seriously, for somebody to go halfway across the country, ruin the rest of their lives, probably get a life sentence, and pretty much destroy everything they ever had, all for weird stan culture and having these weird parasocial beefs, we are really seeing now a turning point moment in the zeitgeist where we are all realizing that people are just taking this whole standing thing way too far and trying to get way too involved in situations and do things that they never should especially when the people don't even know you exist. This is so strange, weird, and disturbing that it makes you wonder what is bringing a fandom to a place like this. And this is where things are going to get tough, and this is where things are going to get bad. Because, again, while Drake and his community could have tried to cop please and say this is a one-off thing, honestly, this was so dark that I hope they just did this, and I hope that we didn't have to cover this. I really didn't want to do it. When you see the Drake stands that are established in their little circle and who are leader thought makers in their community cheering this on or deflecting and not even being like, well, we don't claim this person, this is not one of us, this is really bad, and instead saying the people calling out the person's connections to Drake, well, are associated with PG Lang, TDE, Rock Nation, whatever other conspiracy slop they're throwing out there, you are celebrating what happened and trying to act like this is a part of Drake's rollout for Iceman. I mean, how disgusting is this? It's honestly sick that a fan wouldn't even say this in jest. Listen, while I really didn't want to make this a Drake stand thing, I have to make it a Drake stand thing because it is a Drake stand thing and it is a product of artists creating and brewing, especially in this era more than ever, the most toxic groups of communities possible that are taking on problems for them, or at the least are normalizing this radicalization you can have towards other people that you don't know. And just let me explain. Well, again, if this was the first time.
Yeah, this lady, they're saying this lady is connected to Drake.
Anything ever happened like this relating to a
If
Drake fan,
if she connected to Drake, I'm like, come on now. Just look like a mixtape.
Trapaholics, real trap shit.
Try to write it off or just say something else to not implicate them as a whole, as this same thing did happen to Joe Budden 10 years ago. And well, based on the time that it did go down, you can see DJ Academics covered this very, very long ago. Joe handled the situation very differently than we saw here, and he directly confronted the person and well found out the truth of, again, how Drake radicalized somebody to do this altogether. Well, fast forward to now, and we are now seeing that that is still going on, and it's only evolved and it's only gotten way worse. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that Drake is the sole reason a person does this. You obviously have to have big, serious problems to do this. At the same time, in a world where it does feel like people are getting more insane by the day, the deranged behavior of Drake, his hive, and whatever weird ideas and rhetoric that goes through their heads, that's definitely not helping, and it's definitely pushing insane people to do more insane things like we are seeing here, while at the same time, for the people who are never going to do something like this, it's at least making the rest of the fans who are in this community and who are being fed the same ideas and just having different results in terms of who to hate, who to feel, or even just fueling hatred that is going around for other people. Well, it's making the rest of you not even have any empathy or remorse for what happened.
So I'll say Rolls Royce truck, Lamborghini, or Aventador, or the G-Wagon.
And because, as they would tell you, they don't like A$AP Rocky.
Hey, honorable mentions, the electric Escalade.
Drake and Rocky ended up with her in the end, and that means the worst should happen to her. That is the Drake stand's logic, and it is absolutely disgusting. Because really, there are people in the community who are acting like this is actually grounds to do something like this or to deserve it. I genuinely have never seen a fan base this messed up, sick, and twisted. And I don't think we will ever see anything like it in and around hip-hop again. Because as somebody else was saying in this viral discussion when this thing dropped, this really does show how much of a hazard that Drake is to hip-hop. It's only his behavior and actions and ideas that he puts out that at this point are fueling the delusion and behavior that will cause somebody to go down a path like this. Of course, to people who are innocent. They have no place in this. They have families, they are living private lives away from everybody. And it really is wild because when you think about the implications of something like this and even the relationship that an artist can have with their fans and what they can maybe do with them, it is also sad for hip hop that we have to revisit the lives away from everybody And it really is wild because when you think about the implications of something like this and even the relationship that an artist can have with their fans and what they can maybe do with them, it is also sad for hip hop that we have to revisit this discussion because this is the stuff that real people in power tried to say Eminem was doing, although he wasn't back in his prime and during the early 2000s and late 90s. Pretty much everybody tried to blame the weight of their problems on him, and people in power tried to say Eminem was doing, although he wasn't back in his prime and during the early 2000s and late 90s. Pretty much everybody tried to blame the weight of their problems on him and set a precedent that would destroy hip hop music and free speech if it would have went through. But you know what this does seem like to me? Not to go down too much of a rabbit hole, but to me what has brought Drake and his stance here, and while I am sure there are other fan bases specifically that include former label mates and their communities that will reach this point too, sadly, is well the fact that Drake has stolen code, behavior, and style from hip hop, and he has now just radicalized people and pushed the worst, and he has really only sped this up more and more. Not even talking about this situation alone, but behavior that keeps making this more and more of a worry for more people.
I hit the
What I'm
like button,
talking
hit the
about
like
is the
button.
Drakeification
Give me the 10, man.
where
Give me
he
the
is now
10.
speaking directly to incels and people with real problems and issues that are only exacerbating everything we are seeing in terms of the issues with stan culture. I mean, when you look at Drake's new group of buddies and the people that he seems to really have influence around and people who share similar audiences, I mean, with people like Aiden.
He's trying to fuck with Belly Gang. You know, Belly Gang, one of the hottest rappers out of Atlanta right now. Belly Gang. Y'all go check out Belly Gang. Go check his songs out. One of my favorite, Ice in the Cup, Friend Do, um, uh, 285 on 85. It's a lot of them. We got a lot of them.
XQC and all these other loser streamers, as we are at a point where Drake, in a different way, works just like they do. And they sit in a chair while they spew the worst things possible without any regard for who the person is, all under the gauge of conspiracy slop. Well, this is why things are in such a bad place right now. More and more, there are people online that are disillusioned with reality and that are living in these parasocial hives where they think they actually know the people they are interacting with. And they will take whatever they do and run with it. And we are at a point where we have reached the worst point of it. Again, I'm not saying clearly this girl is not watching Drake and Aiden Ross together. She has had these issues for a lot longer. But when you have a community of thousands and even millions of people that are all spewing the same rhetoric that Drake said when he was with Aiden Ross, or when he dropped a song, or when he made a story, and he was villainizing somebody's wife, or villainizing a girl, or villainizing just a regular normal person. These are the effects of that, and this is the sign that you then place on their back and that they have to walk with, and that again, the more and more people who interact in this community, for all the ones who are really out there, it's just all of the easier to jump off the ledge. That is the problem, especially with these toxic and terrible stan groups, because people genuinely don't understand that they are not a part of these things. And honestly, in every case, no matter what, it's never this serious to justify what we saw this person try to do to Rihanna. But it seems like people are not understanding this. Somebody made a great point referencing what Drake said to Ebro after Ebro got fired from Hot 97 and his show got canceled, which was that Drake literally does go into people's DMs and tells them, well, to directly go slower and put the D word that we're not allowed to say here in front of him. He's literally wishing for people's end. And his fans are cheering this on. Every time they hear or see anything about Ebro, this is the energy they give him. And this is what's going to keep happening. And again, what's not to say that things like this keep going as Drake continues to radicalize his base. We've seen the same thing go on with Nicki Minaj.
Man, bro, this shit is over, bro. Like, I don't want to hear about no Iceman. I don't want to hear about no Candyman. I don't want to hear about no Milkman. I don't want to hear about none of this shit, bro. This shit is not gonna work, bro. Kendrick, the whole TDE, PG Lane, I forget the new thing they got, the Square or whatever, something they got going. Yeah, bro, like, it's not gonna be able to compete with it, bro. Like, when Kendrick grabbed the torch, he kept going. Like it's not you're not gonna be able to defeat him, bro.
Reach that point there as well. When you have irrational people, you can't expect them to do rational things, and there are only more and more possibilities, unfortunately, of stuff like this happening. And so, really, with everything we have seen, from the moment itself to the discourse that has followed it, what this all has showed me, and it should show everybody more than ever, is that Drake is at a point now where pretty much after becoming the antithesis to the reason he was loved in the first place for the last 10 years, but especially in the last 6 years or so, he has now created the worst collective of people that support him, the worst collective of people that actually engage with his ideas, and the worst collective of people that can support you, because they clearly don't understand when to just walk away from this stuff and realize that it doesn't actually involve them. This is a man who doesn't know him, and he's not paying your bills. So please, step away.
Dick
These
riding.
people don't get that. And I think in addition, and I think this is important, this is Ivana's fault. Everyone has free will, and they choose to either make great or awful decisions. That is an ability we all have as humans. Still, these decisions can be pushed and inspired by people, especially with influence and power like Drake. And with the situation that we see, when all you do is create problems and conflicts and give your fans more and more reasons to deeply hate everyone, well, right now we are seeing the disturbing products of that all here. And so what I really have to say is that while a theme on this channel ever since the Drake versus Kendrick beef has been that there are Drake fans and then there's hip-hop fans, you can't have it both ways. It's not the same thing.
Hold on, bro. Netanyahu, bro. What? Hold on.
So I think it's cool showing people that they can do it, because then they're
we gotta figure all this stuff out, bro. We're going back to Trap More Raw's orated by Trap Lil Raw show.
Folks, the Iran war is getting very serious. The US are involved, but also Israel now. There's a lot of people that love Israel. There's also a lot of people that really hate Israel. There's people that want Israel to not exist. Now, I don't know about all that, but this is what's going on, and the Iranians are trying to destroy Israel, trying to destroy Israel's leadership, and now it has actually been reported, there's a rumor that's been going around the last couple of days that Benjamin's brother actually might strike by Iran. Now, this is when we get back from Iran. You know, the leader was killed in airstrikes by Israel, supported by the US. They're saying that the leader, his daughter, his dog, his everybody, just his grandkids, everybody's dead. Okay, the new leader is the son of the leader that was killed, but he was killed with several of his family members, and they're saying that the new leader, his father, his wife, one of his kids, all killed by American and Israeli strikes. So clearly they want revenge, and it is going around. Now, it's been unconfirmed. This is a fact check, okay? So let's just fact check this news that's been spreading around. Did Iranian airstrikes kill the Israeli PM's brother? Okay, social media is abuzz with claims that Iranian airstrikes killed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's brother Edo. Additionally, there were rumors that the country's national security minister Itamar Ben-Gvir.
That sounded like some Chicago gangsters. That nigga said Edo. Fucking Edo, nigga. Edo. That sound like a nigga from Lamb Run or something.
Has been severely injured in an attack, but here's the truth, okay? The conflict is in full swing in West Asia, with more than 1,200 casualties reported in Iran and 13 in Israel. A situation like this can be a breeding ground for misinformation online. Unverified info is often circulated widely across social media platforms. One claim is that Edo Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's brother, has been killed, while Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel's national security minister, has been injured in an airstrike. Here is the truth behind the claims. Here is the truth. Several social media accounts have been claiming Iranian airstrike claimed the life of Netanyahu's brother. Reports further claim Ben-Gvir was injured after his house allegedly caught fire. Some of the accounts went on to claim the Israeli authorities are trying to cover up the incident. And there have been other posts going around suggesting Israeli media falsely reported that Ben-Gvir was involved in a car accident to conceal injuries sustained during a purported strike. In a post shared on the social media platform X, a user wrote, Benjamin Netanyahu's brother Edu has lost his life after Iranian missile strikes on Netanyahu's family home. It further read, apparently the Iranians now have this family squarely in their crosshairs. The post gained 3 million views, and there's a picture of a burning house. But
so it doesn't mean within 24 hours, the leader of
people are saying.
You know what's crazy? I got a homeboy. And I known him since I was a little kid. I was probably like maybe 5 or 6. His parents named him Israel. And that's crazy. That's crazy. His name is Israel.
There's no reliable source that Edo has lost his life, and the video is actually from a house fire.
I'm 47, so this was like 39 years ago. We'll say that.
Commenting on the post, the user wrote, if true, this would mark a dangerous new escalation, targeting family homes, pushing conflicts into an even darker territory, and risking widening the cycle of retaliation. Moments like this remind us how quickly regional tensions can spiral and how devastating the human cost of war can become. So basically, there's been no official confirmation about these deaths or that the residences were targeted in an airstrike. That video that is being shared isn't actually genuinely from Israel, but they're blocking a lot of information getting out of Israel, and we're not really able to understand the full extent of the strikes that have been going on there. Okay, and there's basically some backstory on Benjamin Netanyahu's brother, but we basically don't have confirmation. But I think this is the sort of thing that they would cover up if true. Okay, he is basically, a top target when it comes to the Iranians. They feel like Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israelis have, decimated and destroyed and killed several members of the leading family, and they are basically trying to retaliate and do the exact same thing. Now, there's a whole bunch of other Israel, Iran, and American war updates that I'm going to give you in this video. One of the interesting things that's been going around is Senator Lindsey Graham, who recently has been kind of, allegedly been giving a bit of guidance to President Trump. He's now facing heavy backlash following the escalation because he actually appeared on the news talking about making money out of the situation, and also people have been.
When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz again. But Donald J. Trump saved the world from real chaos. Can you imagine a year from now? What would it cost America?
That sounds like some bullshit. That sounds like some bullshit right there. You can run that back.
Of Hormuz again, but Donald J. Trump saved the world from real chaos. Can you imagine a year from now? What would it cost America if Iran had 11 nuclear bombs to threaten us? They would hold us hostage. We would be held hostage in perpetuity by this terrorist regime. So the money we're spending is a good investment to take down a regime that's been the largest.
It's a good investment. Bro, you just fucked the whole gas up. You fucked the gas up for the whole, like, you ain't fuck it up just for America. You fuck it up for the whole world. So these other countries about to get pissed off because they ain't gonna be able to have no gas, bro.
State sponsor of terrorism has got American blood on its hands, and when this regime falls, it's not if, when. We're going to have a gateway to peace, and the next thing that will happen is Saudi Arabia will recognize Israel, and that will be the biggest change in 2,000 years in the Mideast, and Donald J. Trump is the man to make it all happen. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money.
So not a great look, right? And then you combine that with the fact that he's kind of heavily thrown his support behind Israel. He's saying he wants the Saudis to recognize Israel for the first time ever in the Middle East. And it just makes you wonder, is he focused on the right things?
Anti-Semitites, to all the isolationists, I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for. So we have a commander-in-chief in President Trump, who I think is Ronald Reagan plus. All the anti-Semitites to all the
anti-Semitites, he's Ronald Reagan plus. This guy is deranged, okay? Now, reports would allege he's been a major proponent for Israel for quite some time, okay? He's
This is Lindsey Graham describing his personal travel schedule and how often he's in Israel. Watch this.
Well, this is my 5th visit, I think, since October the 7th. I'm here for a reason, to show support to you, my good friend, the elected leader of the state of Israel. I'm here also to take on, and I will talk about this tomorrow, a form of blood libel in 2024. That the state of Israel is using starvation as a weapon of war.
But the whole point of Lindsey Graham being there, because he tells us it's the point, is to defend Israel from unfair criticism on the internet. Is that his job as a U.S. Senator? To be unpaid, and we're guessing about the unpaid part, but I do sense he'd do it for free. To be a PR shill for a foreign prime minister, not even really the nation, another politician who's not an American. What the hell is going on?
Interesting thought. Now, I don't really rate Tucker Carlson, but it is interesting to point out, you know, just how much support American senators are giving to Israel. And really, you know, you should be putting America first. You should be thinking about America's interest at all times, right? But he's talking about, we're making a ton of money, we're going to make Saudi Arabia recognize Israel. It's very interesting. I'm not anti-Israel in any kind of way, but it is interesting seeing American senators, you know, throwing so much support behind a nation which is an ally, but also it kind of does make you think you're doing a little bit too much, perhaps. Now, this really is one of the scariest things that's going on right now. Sources are basically claiming that Iran may be placing mines in the Strait of Hormuz. The escalation continues on in this war, and Trump has warned Iran not to mine the Strait of Hormuz because this could basically cripple the water, the food, the supply of goods and services to and from the Middle East. And essentially, Iran could actually strangle the entirety of the Middle East by closing the Strait of Hormuz with mines.
We turn now to the war zone itself, where the Strait of Hormuz, the exit point for ships carrying oil out of the Persian Gulf, is effectively closed tonight, trapping vessels offshore and forcing cuts to oil production, which is what's been driving up gas prices here at home. More now from Chief Correspondent Matt Gutman in Tel Aviv. Matt, good evening.
Good evening, Tony. 2 U.S. officials tell us tonight that Iran has started to take steps to deploy naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz, a choke point through which a fifth of the world's oil flows and a red line for the administration.
As U.S. warplanes target Iranian mine layers in the Persian Gulf, intelligence sources tell CBS News Iran is now moving towards placing mines in the Strait of Hormuz, defying stark warnings from the administration.
If Iran does anything to stop the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder.
Iran has also vowed not to let any oil leave the Persian Gulf until the U.S. and Israel stop their war.
So the mere perception of Iran having the capacity to hit one of those ships is enough to cause the insurers not to insure the ships coming through.
Exactly. You know, they just need one UAV to hit one tanker. That's it. And they've already done that.
And Iran continues to lob dozens of missiles and drones, focusing fire on the Gulf states. At least one woman died in Bahrain when this residential building was hit. Another attack left an oil refining facility burning for days. Meanwhile, the U.S. and Israeli militaries claim they have crippled Iran's military with more than 5,000 attacks. One of them gutting this Tehran high-rise, rescuers searching for survivors in that hollowed-out building, rubble as far as the eye can see. And Israel says it will continue to hit Iran's energy sector, the regime's lifeblood.
Is that something we could see more of, Israel attacking?
We're operating against military targets that have a vital role in the Iranian war machine. And that's how we're prioritizing our targets, and we'll leave some surprises for the next few days.
So there's a lot going on, okay, it's getting very serious, right? Things US sources say they're talking about the Mossad. But basically, it's not just Iran, it's not just Israel, okay? America have already proven their might by taking out the leader, but clearly that didn't work. The leadership of Iran.
Hey, as soon as my live start messing up, I think it's because planes are about to start flying again. They have to start coming. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning, so.
Clearly decentralized.
Let me see, it sound like rain. Sound like a rain. Let me see something.
And cells going on in all different parts of society. They're very well embedded into the society. So killing the leader hasn't really helped. And now we're fighting this war. Where is it going to end? Well, the US could actually completely destroy Iran. They could nuke Iran. They could turn the whole place into glass. I don't want to see that happen. But it does make you wonder, what is the end plan for this? If Iran keep popping shots, they keep blowing up stuff in Dubai, they close the Strait of Hormuz, they starve and choke off water and food supplies to places in the Middle East that are crucial to the US and their bases, what is America going to do? What
it's pouring down rain.
What's Trump going to do? There's not going to be any backing down. There's not going to be any de-escalation. He's in too far. they're going to have to just blow the whole thing up. Focus on the carrier itself. On March 8th, the Jerusalem Post reported that the US has deployed the USS George H.W. Bush, which is now en route to the Mediterranean Sea. The carrier will join two others that the US Navy has in the vicinity of Iran, namely the USS Abraham Lincoln and the USS Gerald R. Ford. And like the USS Abraham Lincoln, this latest warship is another of America's Nimitz-class supercarriers. As all of this is happening, the USS Gerald R. Ford has crossed the Suez Canal and has positioned itself in the Red Sea, where it's reportedly lying in wait to deal with any attempts by the Houthis in Yemen to join the war on Iran's side. As for the USS Abraham Lincoln, it continues to send bombers and fighter jets into Iran's airspace, where they're wreaking havoc on targets on the ground as the US systematically dismantles every ounce of military might that Iran thought it had. Returning to the USS George H.W. Bush, the carrier has been deployed following the completion of a series of pre-deployment exercises that ready it for the tasks that lie ahead. USNI News, which did this training, noted that the carrier and its strike group had wrapped up composite unit training, which is an exercise that all carrier strike groups have to complete before they can be certified for national tasking. In other words, the training is complete and the carrier is ready for action. US fleet forces confirmed that with a simple statement that will send shivers through what's left of the spine of Iran's ruling regime. The GHWB CSG repeatedly demonstrated the accurate and rapid launch and recovery of its air assets. This training was intense, the same statement reveals. During a 28-day exercise, aircraft from the George H.W. Bush flew 1,586 sorties, making 693 arrested landings during daylight and another 682 in nighttime conditions. Carrier Group's commanding officer, Captain Robert Bibot, has said that his team is now ready for whatever lies ahead, stating, "Our job is to ensure that when they need us, whether for air superiority, strike, electronic warfare, or presence, we are ready to deliver immediately and without hesitation." So the Americans are over there, they got all the bombs, all the ships, all of the fighter jets. They're ready to blow up absolutely any target that they want in Iran, okay? It is a seriously messed up situation for Iran, and they got some serious firepower. Now, according to the channel Max Afterburner, the US is also using two B-2 bombers to directly attack ballistic missile bunkers, basically bunkers where Iran is storing their missiles that they're going to be using against the Middle East and perhaps America if we're not careful. But these B-2 bombers are nothing to be played with. These are some of the most serious and powerful and technologically advanced airplanes that America has to offer, and they're fucking shit up.
It's March 10th, 2026, and it's said that B-2 stealth bombers have slammed Iran's hardened ballistic missile launchers again just last night with 2,000-pound penetrators. And this has been a campaign for them over the last week or so, slamming these 2,000-pound penetrators into the hardened ballistic missile sites of Iran. And also, some rumors coming out of President Trump's speech just last night is that Iran was working to turn Pickaxe Mountain into their newest uranium enrichment site. And that's even deeper than the sites that were struck during Operation Midnight Hammer. Some rumors say Pickaxe Mountain is 300 feet down under solid granite because Iran is upping the ante, right? They saw that their sites got struck in Operation Midnight Hammer, so likely they tried to build them in Pickaxe Mountain. That's that granite fortress that's buried deep in the Zagros Mountains where Iran thought they could hide nuclear reconstitution efforts under way more rock than before. So did the B-2 strike this as well? We haven't gotten reports from that yet, but there are reports that the B-2s are striking those ballistic missile bunkers, and last night was a big round of those strikes. This is massive. We're talking American air power through defenses that Tehran has spent years building, because right now the rhetoric is level 11. Oh, and the IRGC said they would not allow 1 liter of oil to flow out of the Middle East until...
So they're blocking all the oil. Now, I did see this going around, but I wasn't going to talk about this, but they're also saying that the FBI is actually warning that Iran could attack California with drones. This is so scary.
Exclusive. The FBI.
I did hear that. We did talk about that earlier in this video. We was talking about they're going to try to strike California with some drones from Iran.
Warning police departments across California that Iran could retaliate against the West Coast. This would allegedly be done using drone technology.
ABC News has reviewed the alert from the end of February, and the alert said Iran planned to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles specifically against California in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. The alert did not have any additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of the alleged attack.
I wonder how true that is, though. I wonder is that really, really like a true thing. You dig? I did wonder is that really, really true, right? Is it really a threat? Or are you just saying it's a threat? I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying either way is true or
This
false. I'm
warning
just
comes as
asking
the
a
Trump
question.
administration launches more attacks in Iran. Overnight strikes.
Today, fire fury in the Strait of Hormuz. This cargo ship from Thailand on fire. Officials now say 3 crew members are missing, 32 rescued. Several cargo ships in the strait hit by unknown projectiles. According to the British Maritime Authority, Iran claiming responsibility for 2 of those strikes. The strait, a critical passageway for the world's oil supply, now essentially closed.
This is one of the pressure points that Iran knew he could use to really force the United States potentially to stop the conflict. If they can do this successfully, they're going to stop 20% of the world's oil supply.
There are reports Iran is planning to use mines to further disrupt the flow of oil. The U.S. releasing a new video this morning of strikes on Iranian naval ships, saying it's destroyed 16 mine-laying vessels near the strait. The U.S. now says American forces have struck more than 5,500 targets inside Iran since the war began 11 days ago. U.S. Central Command giving an update this morning.
Every day, we're striking hard at Iranian ballistic missile and drones.
So look, they might even send drones to California. Now that's pretty terrifying, okay? This is interesting because basically just yesterday, all right, the Secretary of War, I believe, Secretary General Pete Hegseth, basically said that...
I done been to LA. It would be heartbreaking to go visit LA and they dropping bombs on LA.
Yes,
that
there
would be
the
crazy.
most intense day of strikes on Iran that they've done yet.
We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so on our timeline and at our choosing. For example, today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes, intelligence more refined and better than ever. We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so on our timeline and at our choosing. For example, today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes, intelligence more refined and better than ever. We will not relent until the enemy...
So they're saying they're going to be more refined, they're going to strike harder and better than ever, okay? But this is the thing that they don't want you to know, and it is actually very serious, okay? Over 150 US troops have actually been wounded in the Iran war so far, okay? And they basically, you know, it's only been 2 weeks of conflict, 150 Americans have been wounded, I believe some have died. And, you know, it's really a bad situation, okay? This is the reporting from Reuters here. And they're basically saying as many as 150 American troops have been wounded in the 10-day so war with Iran. 2 people would confirm to Reuters. Okay, the casualty figure hadn't been previously reported. They're probably trying to keep that under wraps. The Pentagon had only disclosed that 8 US personnel seriously injured, but clearly the number is magnitudes higher. In a statement published to Reuters after they published their report, the Pentagon estimated the figure would be approximately 140 wounded, and the vast majority of them were minor. Since the Operation Epic Fury started, approximately 140 US service members have been wounded over 10 days of sustained attacks. 108 of the wounded service members had already been returned to duty, so they're downplaying the whole situation. They said the 8 seriously wounded members are getting the highest level of medical care, but Reuters couldn't determine the types of injuries and whether they included traumatic brain injuries, commonly seen after blasts. Iran has been retaliating against US military bases since the start of the conflict on February the 28th, and it struck diplomatic missions in the Arab Gulf states, as well as hotels and airports and oil infrastructure. Now, the Pentagon is saying that the number of Iranian strikes has fallen sharply since the start of the war, because the US military are bombing Iran's weapons inventories and basically Iran's limited number of missile launchers. So they're trying to shut that down and stop.
Man, this shit right here is about to be crazy, bro. I've been on here for over 4 hours, man. We just been freestyling on these videos, man. Just going through the rigmarole, man. Just the extra bull, you know. But one thing I will say, man, like, y'all just pray for world peace, man. Pray for world peace. Pray for your family. Pray for the rest of the world. And then pray for, protection from God. Because you might can be in a building that get hit and you come out unscathed. So, man, just pray that you pray for world peace, though, man. Because this ain't it.
Stop the news from launching. Asked if Iran was a strong.
Y'all hit the like button, man. I haven't already.
General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint East Chiefs of Staff, told reporters early on Tuesday that the fight was not harder than expected. He said, "I think they're fighting, and I respect that, but I don't think they're more formidable than what we thought." That is a little bit concerning, okay? And they're definitely going to try and downplay it. Now, one of the saddest things out of this, okay, is all the questions surrounding the bombed Iranian school after Donald Trump basically suggested that Iran was responsible despite the blast coming from what appeared to be a US-developed Tomahawk missile. Trump had basically said maybe Iran had Tomahawk missiles. A lot of people aren't buying that, and it's pretty outrageous.
That showed an American missile strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it, and I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful.
See, Donald Trump talk fast too. Like Donald Trump talk like Umar Johnson. You gotta run back what he say and then listen to that shit forward. Like you'll hear it when you first hear it, but just listen to it about 2 or 3 times. And you'll be like, oh, okay. I see what's going on.
It's used by, sold and used by.
He said he didn't hear nothing about it. We're going to run it back. Hold on, we're going to run that shit back. We got to run that back. Hold on, we're going to run it back.
And it's pretty outrageous.
That showed an American missile strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the American...
So it's a Tomahawk missile allegedly from America, allegedly destroy a girls' school.
Will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it, and I will say that the Tomahawk.
He said he haven't seen it. So listen.
Which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, they wish.
So he's saying that because Tomahawks are sold. What if Iran don't have any traction of any Tomahawk sold in their country? Like, so that would mean that what country would have had hit us? Was it? I can't even get into the names. This is how deep this video is.
But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries, but that's being investigated right now.
You just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is...
See, that's not... See, I don't know is not a good enough answer. I'm just being honest with y'all. I don't know. Donald Trump saying, I don't know if that's what happened. Bruh, you're the leader of the most powerful country in the world. You need to know everything, bro.
Investigation, but Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
So he said that, right? But he also said this.
Then he said they buy it. Other countries buy Tomahawks from us.
So,
No, they say that kind of stuff. It's amazing. They say if I'm sarcastic, even a little bit, they make it sound. You know, I said one thing the other day, a little while ago, a month ago, 2 months ago. I said, I don't think I'm going to make it to heaven in front of a massive group of people, 56,000 people. And they all say, oh, what does he mean? I don't think I'm going to make it to heaven. I'm doing a great job for a lot of people, but I don't think so. I'm just not worthy of heaven. I'm not going to make it. And I was having a good time going on. You know, I was having fun. I hope to make it. But I doubt I will, to be honest. A lot of you will. I'm not so sure. But I was having fun. The New York Times has a front page story. Donald Trump is now questioning his mortality. They made it like I was totally... So you can't joke. It doesn't work. Kelly Loeffler here, small business meaning big business.
Chief, like, what? You don't think you're gonna make it to heaven? Are you doing, did you do some bad stuff? Like what? And we're gonna follow this guy into the crusade? Okay. Now, Trump has suggested that the war could be ending soon, but I believe there was the talk of this being a 4-day operation. That was 6 days ago, so I don't know how it's going to go.
You called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
You're talking about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and
Not
with
this week.
respect
Very soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are 2 levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But 2 levels of leadership are gone.
on Iran,
So he's not making it to heaven. He's going to end it not this week, but soon. He's destroyed all levels of leadership. From 2, 3, 4 levels of leadership have been destroyed. What are we doing here? Okay, I'm really scared. It's giving World War III vibes for sure. I'm just very concerned, to be honest with you. I understand why those strikes were made to begin with, but now it's kind of like, okay, what's the plan, Chief? Like, you talking about not getting into heaven? Like, I'm not trying to hear that. I'm trying to hear you. You might need to pull out that crusade talk again, because that was quite comforting and convincing, even though it was definitely scary. But yeah, this is definitely a little bit worrying. I do hope that there is a plan. I hope somebody has a plan up there. And if not, we could be hurtling towards World War III without an end game. And America is definitely doing a lot of damage to their reputation worldwide. It is not a great look. I'm definitely on the concern side of things. So look, if you guys have any ideas of how we're going to get through this, if anybody else has a plan, let me know in the comments what the plan is, because I'm a bit scared. All right, but I don't know. Just let me know what you thought of this. Okay, got a whole bunch more videos coming for you guys today. Got a couple more Iran updates, Epstein updates, some music updates. Very excited to share those with you. So thanks for watching this one. I'll catch you guys in the next one. For now, I'm out here, guys. Peace.
What's up, y'all? Hold on. I don't know. I might want to watch this. Let me see, y'all. Because I'm cooking right now.
The Jesus Film Project app is like having an entire library of video tools in your pocket. There are all...
May 24th, 2023, a Jacksonville, Florida sheriff's deputy observes a car going 90 miles an hour blow through a red light on a lane.
That's where I'm from, y'all. Jacksonville. I'm from Jacksonville, but I live
He
in
notices that they have their hazards on, and he follows them at high speeds. And when they turn on University Avenue, which